All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the special joint meeting of the Solvang City Council and the Solvang Planning Commission for Monday, August 23rd. It is now 6:30. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Councilmember Clark,
I'm here.
Councilmember Infante,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Here.
Councilmember Thomas,
Here.
Mayor Urick,
Here.
and I'll take the roll call for the Planning Commission for this joint session. Chair Williams,
Here.
Commissioner Jamieson,
Here.
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Present.
and Commissioner Peterson,
Here.
and Scott Gold is unable to attend today.
All right. Councilmember Clark, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, please stand and place your right hand over your heart. Repeat after me. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Special joint meeting is a milestone providing the opportunity for our community to provide input and shape the vision to guide the future of Solvang for the next 20 years. Tonight, the City Council and the Planning Commission will review the vision and guiding principles shaped by prior community input and vetted by the Community Volunteer Advisory Body, our GPAC, General Plan Advisory Committee. Ms. City Manager, would you please read the report, staff report?
Right. Thank you, Mayor and Council and Planning Commission. It's a pleasure to have everybody here today. Just to remind everybody of where we've been, and our consultants here, Brent and Jim, will go through this in more detail, but just to remind our community that we kicked off this project back in the winter. We've done a couple of workshops, got a lot of really good community feedback. Have also been very glad to work with the Community Volunteer Advisory Committee, the GPAC, which was formed of 15 volunteers who represent the voices of Solvang, and vet through all of the input that we receive from our community members and work with our consultants from their professional perspective. So we're here today to discuss the vision guiding principles for the general plan. This is a very important milestone, as the vision and guiding principles will guide the rest of the update for the general plan update. And that is the vision for Solvang of what it would look like 20 years from now. All the work and milestones towards the completion of the general plan update will now be guided by this vision guiding principles. The GPAC has done quite remarkable, robust work on putting this together. This also has been vetted through the Design Review Committee, and it's here in front of you today. We very much look forward to all of your input as Planning Commission and as City Council. And with that, I will open up the floor to our consultants for the general plan, Brent and Jim.
Perfect, thank you. Nice to see the mayor and the council tonight, and Planning Commission. I apologize, my back is to you during this presentation, but it's great to have you here as well. We can get started with the presentation.
Can we have slides up?
There we go. Perfect. So tonight's meeting is our first joint study session. This is different than the community study session we held back in February, on February 6th, if you were part of that. Tonight's purpose is to provide an update of where we have gone, what we've done so far, so you're aware and abreast of the project moving forward. Then we're going to review the GPAC recommended vision statement, the GPAC recommended guiding principles, have an open dialogue and discussion about both of those, open it up for public comment, and then bring it back to both the council and the commission for a formal approval and adoption of those so we can move forward into the next phases of the project. So, what have we done so far? You've probably seen this slide several times, but we're going to go through it again just to reiterate where we are and what we're doing with the city of Solvang. So this project for the general plan is divided into a series of phases. First was project initiation. This kicked off back in December. Existing conditions and trends. We're wrapping up this phase right now. If you've been following the process, we have an existing conditions and trends workbook, which is on the Plan Solvang. That's plansolvang.com. That is the general plan website. And this workbook serves as the foundation for the community moving forward. So as we move forward with the general plan, we need to understand from a technical and data-driven level where the community is at this standpoint. That allows us to inform the process moving forward. And wrapping up phase 2 is where we're here tonight, to review the vision and guiding principles and then have a formal approval. Phase 3, this typically garners the most public attention. This is what we like to call the alternatives phase. This is where we evaluate land uses on the ground and look toward what are possible land uses moving forward over the next 20 years. This is a 20-year plan with a 20-year horizon, so we're looking out to the year 2040. As part of this, there is another community workshop. This will be number 3, and I'll touch on that and a tentative date moving forward. As part of the alternatives phase, we're also taking it a step further, and this was at the request of both the council and the city, and this is to look into a parking analysis and also a citywide fiscal impact model, just to make sure that the alternatives that we're proposing are fiscally sustainable for the city moving forward. Phase 4, this is the meat of the plan. This is the actual policy document. So as we work through each of these phases, we're building up to the goals, policies, and eventual programs. Think of that as a checklist for the city moving forward over the duration of the plan. Phase 5, that's our environmental review through the California Environmental Quality Act, the EIR. That will basically examine every possible outcome that comes out of this general plan and provides mitigation measures to curb any significant impacts. Finally, phase 6, this is what we all hope for, which is an adoption, and we're on target and on schedule currently moving forward. What you don't see on this is there's also a housing element as part of this update as well. The housing element is running in tandem with the general plan. We're actually going to start that as part of phase 3 when we start looking at sites inventory, what's called a sites inventory analysis, where we start to examine how to properly meet your RHNA that has been handed down as part of the 6th cycle. So we're phase 2, and then we're going to roll into phase 3 after this evening. So I touched on the existing conditions and trends workbook. This is currently posted online. It was released back in April of this year. Think of this as a snapshot of existing conditions on the ground today. This covers a variety of topics: fiscal, land use related, mobility related, environment, and hazard and safety. So I recommend, if you had not had an opportunity to review this, to take a look. This has gone through several rounds of review, not only with the city, but the GPAC also had the chance to review this, and there's an updated version online. One of the key parts of this entire general plan effort was community engagement. So this is not our plan as a consultant, it's the city's plan, it's the community's plan. We want to make sure that the city is engaged and the community is engaged through this entire process. So throughout this effort, there's been a push to have more participatory community engagement. It can be difficult with COVID-19, but we've made several adjustments throughout this, having hybrid workshops as the one back in April, and we plan to have that option moving forward as well. So through our community engagement so far, we've held a community study session back in February, a series of stakeholder interviews with 14 to 15 individuals. We had community workshop number 2. Some of the pictures shown on the slide are from that. That was back in April. And then throughout this period, online engagement, where we solicited feedback all the way up into this evening. So that's the 30,000-foot view of where we are and where we've been. Just before I move on and get into the meat of our discussion, I just want to hand it back to the mayor to see if there are any questions on the process we've had so far or what to expect.
Are there any questions of the staff report from either the council or planning commission at this time? Seeing none, proceed.
Thank you. Okay. So what we're going to do tonight is we are going to review the GPAC recommended vision statement and the set of guiding principles. So how did we get to this point? And this slide really highlights what led up and what has influenced what you're reviewing tonight and formally approving. So at community workshop number 1, there was an exercise that had words that describe solving. There was a visioning exercise, an iHeart solving exercise, and several other engagement pieces. All the feedback that was collected as part of that was provided to the GPAC. It was posted online for community review. And then all of those words and different terms that describe solving were pulled together in what's before you tonight. So it's nothing that the consultant made up or we used. These are community-driven words, and I have some slides here that will show some of those words and how we got to these steps. If you were at our community study session, this should look familiar. We had an exercise where we asked I believe we had about 60 people actually on Zoom for that one. And we said, describe words, or type in words that describe solving. And we all sat in this room and watched all these words start to pop up on the screen. So this is the final word cloud, and these are the words voiced by the community of what they think solving is. So these words, in some form and fashion, were pulled forward as part of the vision and guiding principles. Lots of different opinions, as you can see, part of this word cloud. It was
Overruled.
the other exercise, this was back in April, we call this the I Love Solvang because we ask community members to write down why they love the community where they live, where they work. And then we posted all of them up. And this is just an example. Here's one that says it's the perfect place to live. Solvang is welcoming, friendly, and the residents really care about the community. These characteristics must be maintained in our future. Let's keep our small town rural feeling. Let's protect our open space and scenic views. Let's retain our little slice of heaven. So these were great. So when we get all this feedback, we pull it together, and that's what goes forward to the GPAC. And there is a community engagement summary online. If you have a chance to flip through, it is 60 pages long. That just shows how much feedback we've gotten through this process so far. I would recommend taking a gander. So, our method tonight is to review both of these pieces. As we go through each of them, we're going to focus on the vision statement first, and then we're going to ask both the council and the commission to have an open dialogue between both parties, and discuss if there are any necessary revisions that you see that need to be made or if something's missing. Once we're done with the vision statement, we'll move forward to the guiding principles, and then open it up to the public, and then a formal approval. But before we get there, refresher. So I've received several comments on the general plan website of, well, what is a vision? Why are we even doing a vision? Well, think of a vision as the foundation. So a vision basically sets your track. It's your goal. It's what you're looking toward. So a vision is supposed to be broad. It's supposed to be aspirational, comprehensive, long-term, and visionary. A vision isn't mandated by a general plan, but it really serves as, I like to think of the spine of the plan itself. Everything else builds off of it. The intent of the vision, too, is to help facilitate eventual goals, policies, land use alternatives through the plan, and eventually make its way up to elected and appointed officials, where when they make certain land use decisions or other city decisions, that they try to align those decisions with the vision as part of the general plan as it's laid out. So it's a critical part for communities that do include it, and we do recommend it. So, the GPAC has pulled together a recommended vision statement. And as Ms. Bradford had said, this had already gone through the DRC. So the DRC also reviewed it at one of their meetings and provided feedback as well. So shown on the screen here is the GPAC recommended vision statement. Unless the mayor would like, I don't think it's necessary to read it. I think everyone in here can read the vision. So I'll hold a moment and allow everyone in the room to read it. And then we'll have a dialogue from there.
Can everyone out there see it? Just want to make sure that's, everybody good out there? Okay, thank you.
What about the people at home?
Anybody out on Zoom? Can everybody that's out there be able to read that?
The slide should be the feed that's going through the
Okay.
Zoom right now.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
So we'll just give it a minute for everyone here and on Zoom to read the vision statement. So the vision is written in a present tense. There's a few different ways you can write a vision, and there's no right model. The GPAC decided that the way that it flowed and its presentation best suited the community, and it felt right. And the terminology that was used was picked and pulled from the different pieces of engagement that we've done since the beginning of the project. So what I would like to do is ask both the council and the commission, as after reviewing this vision statement, do you think it sums up what Solvang is striving to be over the next 20 years? Does this capture the essence of the community moving forward? I know that's a big question, but as you've gone through this process so far with us, you've seen through the workshops, you've heard feedback from the community. Do you think that this hits the mark, or are there portions that might be missing or might want to include?
I do have a question.
Sure.
I know that we switched from multicultural to cultural, and there were other versions that included not only Danish heritage, but, you know, other ethnic backgrounds, and I see that they're not included in this one. Could you sum up what's the rationale behind it?
So what we did is we first pulled together a vision statement with the GPAC. That vision statement then went forward to the Development or Design Review Committee. They made their own set of recommendations and went back to GPAC. So this went through several rounds of review. It was decided by the GPAC to make modifications to that. I'm not at purview to say why, but this was the final recommended vision. If you feel that it needs to go back a step and need to be more broad or more inclusive, that's a definite recommendation we can take tonight, and it's up to the council and commission to make a formal recommendation if you'd like to modify or tweak the language.
Okay, that's just something that I think should be considered.
Sure.
I also don't think that it should be very wordy, and certainly the Danish heritage is what gives a huge identity of the town.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a concern that I would have.
Sure.
Yeah, I think the heritage and identity portion of the guiding principles would be an area where we would probably want to address that.
Any other comments, planning commission members?
I have a comment.
Oh.
Go ahead. He's the chair.
Okay.
I've read this several times, the vision statement, and to me, it is not a vision statement. It's basically a statement of where we are today. And if we adopt this as our vision statement, to me, what it's telling people is 20, 30 years from now, we want to be exactly where we are today. There's no goal, you know, our goal is, or our plan is, or here's what we want to achieve. That doesn't appear in there anywhere. The last sentence is really, could be broken off as a separate core values section and not part of a vision statement. So I'm very uncomfortable with this as a vision statement. I don't think it is.
Thank
I don't know
you.
if anybody else has comments.
Joni?
I tend to agree with him. I think it's placed in the here and now, and it's not looking forward. And neither is it looking back to how we got to where we are. We are a wonderful Danish community. However, there was something here before us. And that was stricken. At first that was in there, but that has been taken out. That was taken out by the Design Review Committee. So I tend to agree with Pop.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from up here?
I have one more comment, Charlie.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
I agree with Clower, as she said, it was, I guess, verbose. It's pretty long, and I think it could be shrank down. And vision statement, I think would be more concise. And I think we have a really good starting point with the Danish capital of America, because that's pretty much what built this town. And I feel that that's a good, the Danish capital of America is basically a vision statement right there. It's like, what is this place? I mean, I know there's a lot that the cultural impacts, and I respect that. But people do come here because they want, I feel like, to get away from, wherever they're from. This place looks different, and this place has a special feel, and I think that's a big part of it. So I think that should be considered as well.
All right, thank you. Any other comments from up here?
I like Justin's comment.
I would second that. Not be so wordy, kind of keep it more concise. Solvang was founded on Danish stuff and the heritage here back then. I know what we had before, but I think that could also go into that heritage and identity section as Councilmember Thomas talked about. But we do need to have something in here about what we actually want Solvang to be in 20 years, 20 or 30 years.
More so than just what it is today.
More than just what it did. As you mentioned, this feels like a description of what it is right now. Nothing going forward, and a little bit of the review of what we had when we mentioned the old world architecture.
And I think that's part of it, and that's why we bring it forward to the Planning Commission and the council. Each of these different groups has different viewpoints on what the vision for the future is. This may sound like the here and now. Sitting through some of these conversations, what the GPAC was saying was that even in 20 to 30 years, Solvang is still that unique community which still prides itself on X, Y, and Z. So that's where it came from. But it's up to your purview to alter that and make any changes necessary and to slim it down. That's why we bring it before you.
Any suggestions?
I think it's a can of worms because you spent so much time talking to so many people, and it seems like we're starting a process where we're starting over. That's what it feels like right now. So it almost makes it seem like all the work that went into this is moot because we're starting from scratch and we're trying to figure out a vision statement for Solvang at this meeting.
Well, I think I think based on the feedback that we've heard from both the council and commission, it is a reset of sorts on this. It's not that the community feedback is being neglected. The words from the community are still within here. It could just be a prioritization of how they're organized and how we basically mold those together. So it's not that feedback is going away.
Are there any other comments from the council or the commissioners? Do we take this out to public comment at this time?
Yes, take it out to public
In-house? I
comment.
know there was a hand raised out there. You could come forward and state your name and your residence.
Hi, my name is Eric Hutchins, and I live here in the community, and I work in a local business here. And my brief comment is that I would concur with the speakers that had problems with the language of the vision statement versus an affirmation. I think that this is a very slippery kind of endeavor. It's a courageous thing, and it's kind of fraught with a lot of issues in the English. I have problems all the way through this document. I read a lot of documents, and I thought the language of this was fairly sloppy generally. But if you're going to talk about a vision statement and that implies a future state, you don't frame it, in my view, as a statement of what is presently. You state it in the future tense. And it seems that if they can't get that right, with all the effort that went into it, then it does in fact need more effort if you're going to come up with a usable product. So I wouldn't be afraid of putting the effort forward. And considering all that's gone in the past, useful, but not definitive. That would be my general statement. I think that you need to have a future tense if you're going to have a vision of the future.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchins.
Thank you.
Are there any other comments from anyone in the audience in-house? Seeing none, we'll take it out to Zoom session. Anyone out in the Zoom land today that's wanting to have a comment on this? Please raise your hand.
If anyone on Zoom wishes to make a comment on this item, please raise your virtual hand, or if you have any trouble with that, please just go ahead and unmute yourself. If you are on phone, use *6 to unmute. See no public comment.
Oh,
Okay,
See,
there is one.
Mr. Duncan. Lansing, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Thanks. I did want to address one comment that was made about this. Since I'm a member of the GPAC that worked on this vision statement, there were questions about whether you would frame this in the past tense or the future tense. And the situation was that we wanted something that would apply to us 20 years in the future. And I believe my first take on the first line was I wrote Solvang remains a unique small town in a scenic rural setting to try and get that impression across. I.e. it is today, and we hope in 20 years in the future it will be. So that was one thing that attempted to encapsulate the direction you're talking about. I do think it's inherently problematic when you're working with a committee. We all know how if a committee attempts to describe a horse, you're going to end up with a camel. Only through careful editing and re-editing were we able to get as clean a statement as we have now and include as many ideas and concepts as members of the GPAC wanted to be sure were addressed. And then we attempted in some places to insert words that we thought would get that idea across, but we later found that, oh no, actually there's a better way to express it here. So that, for instance, there was a discussion about lifelong learning or education in here, and then we ended up putting that in the last sentence where people live, learn, work, play, and visit. So actually, it was a succession of editing and then additional editing that was done after the comments of the Design Review Committee that helped us get to as polished a product as we have here. It may not inspire everybody the same way, but it was an attempt to be inclusive and to incorporate the many adjectives that community members used when they were attempting to describe Solvang in the community engagement parts of the workshops. And I'd be glad to answer any specific questions that you might have. One note I would say about the word multicultural, it occurs under heritage and identity of the guiding principles. And that's where it's very specifically laid out. Well, the term cultural resources that is in the vision statement actually refers to all the physical evidence and cultural evidence of the many different cultures that have lived here. So we're talking about the buildings, and it's also Danish dance. It refers to a lot of different things in that sense when we have cultural resources referred to here. But then we speak of these different cultures under heritage and identity under guiding principles. So as I said, I'd be glad to attempt to address some of the ideas that GPAC was trying to express if there are any questions as you go through this. Thank you.
Thank you, Lansing. Appreciate those comments. Seeing no other ones out on Zoom or on the phone, bring it back for more discussion from council and the planning commission.
Yeah, I would ask for the folks who don't think that this is a future statement, is there anything in this statement that you wouldn't want the future to be? Or is it just semantics that needs to be changed that includes pretty much the issues of natural beauty, Danish heritage, old world architecture, and everything else that is in that paragraph? Is there anything in that paragraph that you don't believe belongs there?
I think it's a good starting point. I think we're there today. So what do we want to see 20 years from now? How do we want to see those things improved or changed or made better or eliminated maybe? Just it's like stating the obvious. There's no goal, there's no inspiration in it. It's just a statement of a bunch of facts.
If we were to go in that second sentence, it says we are thriving, it said we are and will remain a thriving, and so on and so forth. Is that what you're looking for?
It's a step in the right direction, yes.
Okay.
And I think the last sentence doesn't belong in the vision statement. It's more of a separate section that you might call core values
Yeah,
that
fair
the
enough.
city has.
Or you could say we want to remain, like Councilman Infante said, a friendly, safe, inclusive, resilient.
Right.
Well, you know, I actually don't have a problem with the fact that it states Solvang is, because if you word it as Solvang will be, it sounds like something that you can postpone or something that you can leave on to somebody else to take care of in the future. And as a community, if these are all the things that we are striving for, every single thing, every single action that we do should be leading towards making these a reality. I think stating it in a present tense involves action, it involves current relevance. I think if we remain in the future, all of these things, Solvang will be just as valuable and dear to us as it is today. So I personally don't have a problem with us using present tense to state that, but if there's anything that we can put in here that means that, you know, it's carrying on towards the future, yeah, I would love to hear that. And I also appreciate all the work that everybody has put on this. I don't want to belittle or question the decisions that led to this statement. I just think that if this is something that we're going to be stuck with for the next 20 years, you know, we need to ask all of these questions before putting it in writing and then questioning it later. So I know it's tedious, but I appreciate the opportunity of having this process right now.
I think the core comments and the core issues are there, that maybe just wordsmithing, you know, to certainly take into account the comments about what it is now versus what it would be in the future. But I don't see anything in this paragraph I wouldn't want Solvang to be.
Yeah.
Well, a thought for this, after the first sentence, leave it as it is, and then just, we choose to remain a thriving tourist. We choose, that's what we want, it's what we're hoping to have happen for us right now and going forward in the future.
But rather than say choose, wouldn't it just be the statement, we are and will remain? So, no, we choose to, we're gonna. And that, you know, that's the vision, I think, as what we're looking for in a vision statement. So it gives you what we are now and we expect to stay that way, or at least, you know, in the future. Either way, that's the problem with this. You can argue about the words forever.
Yep. I would like to thank again, all, as Mayor Pro Tem Morona said, just thank everyone that was a part of this, because it's, as Lansing mentioned, with as many people as were on this, and all of the comments from not just the people that were in the community, or the committee, but in the community that took part in all of this. It's just amazing that we're able to all come together to get at least a paragraph for our city going forward. That part to me is actually inspiring. I see a hand raised out there. I'd like to give Ms. Emerson an opportunity to be able to speak if no one has any objections.
Thank you. I think that vision statements are something that's really difficult to do, and I want to support Jack Williams in terms of his comments. I've done quite a bit of looking at the question of vision statements, and one thing that one learns is that the idea is to have something that people can remember. Someplace I read, it should be able to be put on a t-shirt. and that gives you some idea of the kind of thing, because you want people to rally around the vision statement and be able to remember it and use it over a long period of time to guide us in terms of how well we're doing the work to become the kind of city we would like to be 20 years from now. So I think this was a good start in terms of pulling together what people were saying about Solvang. When you look over the material that's been compiled by the consultants, it's helpful, and you can see that the committee was working from that material. But I think we're not yet at a vision statement, and I know that that's hard for the consultants to hear because they're on a timeline, and the vision statement is not the end, the general plan is the end. But this vision statement is going to drive that general plan. And for that reason, I do think some more work is needed on it, and that it does need to be shorter.
Thank you,
Okay.
Nancy. Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor, can I make an observation?
You can make an observation.
This is a challenging process because we're at a point where we're wordsmithing things, and wordsmithing in a large group of folks is a big challenge,
Yes.
right? The DPAC faced that, the DRC spent a lot of time wordsmithing, and all my experience says it continues to be, it's always a challenge. There's no right answer on visions and guiding principles. In my personal opinion, the shorter the better, the fewer the better, because it provides more succinct descriptions of things and less room for interpretation. But I've seen vision statements that are paragraphs long and 40 guiding principles for a general plan. So there's no right answer to this. It has to suit you. So if there are some concerns about the actual wording here, and if you're thinking about sending this back to the GPAC for more work, I think the commission and council should provide some words or phrases that better describe what you'd like to see in here rather than send it back for more work. So more direction, or we can help out, we can facilitate as consultants, but it's not our vision and guiding principles. We can help with the technical issues, but I want to urge you not to give it to us to do any more work on, because it's not our vision.
We'll try to avoid that, being that we are now the ones that are trying to wordsmith this.
We'll do what we can to help and facilitate the discussion, but I've seen discussions like this go on for a long time, and it's important so that there is a consensus about where you're headed. And it's easier to build consensus on general statements rather than specific statements, so that I can provide that as some advice and guidance. So.
Thank you.
If I may ask.
Councilmember Infante.
Thank you. Is there any reason why we couldn't start with something like this, and as we go through the general plan, revise the vision statement? I understand it's supposed to be the guidance for what we're doing, but this is pretty general guidance. Now, if we got in, just an idea, never mind.
It's possible, it's not advisable.
Okay.
I like to view the guiding principles as kind of the umbrella under which you build the alternatives and the settle on the general plan. So everything after the guiding principles and vision are set comes kind of under the purview of those. It provides us more specificity in the consideration of alternatives, so it narrows choices a little bit. So it's sure, you can do it. You're on council, you're in charge.
I was thinking of Nancy's statement of, if we put it on a T-shirt, if we got this reduced down a little bit more as we went through this and figured out different parts of it, that's where I was coming from with the idea of maybe coming up with a smaller or shorter, more succinct vision. Just an idea.
If I was writing vision and guiding principles, it would be one sentence each. But that's just me. That's not necessarily the practice that everybody practices, but I.
And you've never seen one sentence written by Lansing.
So I see a hand out there waving. If the council or planning commission don't mind, I'll open it back up. One more comment. Please come forward.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Sony, and I was on the GPAC committee. And on reviewing the mission statement or the vision, while we've been discussing this and bantering it back and forth, I've looked at some other vision statements, that I've just Googled, whether it's Apple, Coca-Cola, or what. And there's a difference on writing a vision statement with an active verb versus a being verb. And I think I would recommend that we look at, not necessarily dissecting every word that we've moved forward to come to this point, but we look at what is versus what is an action. Apple does action verbs. Coca-Cola in their mission statement do action verbs. I think we're talking about what Solvang is an actualization of Solvang, not a being. And I think you could look at that and address that context, and it would give you a much stronger premise on what we're trying to articulate to each one of us as well as the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sony. Any ideas down from the planning commission for some words?
Like I said a minute ago, Mr. Mayor, the Danish capital of America, I think that encapsulates right there. It gives you a driving focus. It encompasses tourism and the reason why people live here. And it doesn't have to mean, it doesn't mean it's exclusive as far as all this inclusivity. I ate dinner right now because I got here early at a Greek restaurant that Silk Road just moved down the street over here. I mean, it's still in the Danish capital of America, but it's a Greek restaurant. I mean, for a long time we had a Chinese restaurant on the street until he unfortunately closed it. Doesn't mean it's exclusive. So, I mean, I think that's a pretty simple one-word statement. And I don't know if that's still a motto of this town going forward or if that's going to get abandoned. So I'm not sure where we stand with that.
How about we identify as Danish?
I do have one more thing to say though. I mean, going into like the practical sense of it, not wanting to waste their time and all of the two meetings that they've had and what's there right now. I mean, everything there is agreeable. And I mean, if that's for expediency, agreeing to that means going forward, and then we can get to the meat and potatoes, figuring out traffic control, housing, all that stuff, because that's what counts with the general plan. And instead of getting to semantics of what this is, I'm okay with what they said and what's been put there. It's pretty concise. And I mean, I wish it was smaller and shorter like I just said, but yep, I got time out, so.
Chair Williams, what are your thoughts?
I think the guiding principles that are listed there are very good. And they're basically an expansion and reiteration of what is proposed as a vision statement. So it seems redundant to do that. We should have a shorter vision statement, and then the guiding principles support that vision statement. You know, maybe Danish capital of the world is, or the
America.
country,
America.
America is too simple. But maybe our goal should be the #1 tourist attraction in the county of Santa Barbara.
#1 Danish.
That gets too big. Too many words, Jimmy.
Just, as an example, that's kind of where my thought process is going. And then, as I mentioned earlier, taking that last sentence, which I think is important, but I don't think it should be part of a vision statement. I think it should be a separate core values. These are the core values that we want to live by, we want our city to be in the future. And so we've got a vision statement of where we want to go, we've got our core values, and we've got our guiding principles on how we're going to get there. So I think it could be divided into those 3 sections.
So we don't, as it stands, we're looking at a vision statement and then the guiding principles, but not necessarily a core value section of it. So that would be something that would be in addition, or do cities normally do that? I know we have that in our sheriff department with 3, statement, core value, and then an explanation of the principles.
Yeah, you can structure it any way you want. I mean, frankly, you could just have guiding principles and not have a vision at all if you don't want to. Guiding principles, I think, are more important and more concrete than the vision statement. They do provide more specific guidance on this range of issues, so you don't have to have a vision. It's just, it's an aspirational big idea that kind of represents the kind of overarching approach to the general plan. So, again, there's no right answer to this. It's what you're comfortable with, and maybe we come back to what Councilman Infante suggested, is that maybe you decide to have a vision, form the vision after you do something else. The guiding principles are the thing that, to me, provide the kind of underpinnings of the rest of the general plan, and you could get by without a vision, or you could just say, well, we'll have our vision when we adopt the general plan. Because you do, frankly, I said this is, you need to kind of decide on this now. You can modify it, it's part of the general plan. You can modify it anytime you want when it comes back in the draft form. So that's an option too. If you're stuck on this now and we really want to move forward, it's you can set the schedule. It's not the consultant setting your schedule. But if for us to move forward, we want to get beyond this point. If there is general acceptance of the guiding principles and it's the vision, maybe we decide to bring the vision back when we are doing the alternatives and settle an alternative.
And I think if we did go that route and we brought the vision back during the alternatives would then inform a vision, because you're actually seeing the groundwork of an alternative, and that might spring to light where the community is going and where it wants to go through a land use and policy direction. But right now it is still vague. This is typical of a general plan process, the route we're going, but it's not to say that you can't tweak it that fits the community best.
Just a real quick follow-up on Charlie's comment. With the Sheriff's Department, we had a vision statement. It was keeping the peace since 1850. That was it. Yeah, maybe that's something that we could look at in that kind of direction. And then get into the details, with the guiding principles.
Well, the thing that this vision statement tells me as an outsider is that people really like this community and they hope that it stays relatively the same for the next 20 years. Not that there won't be changes, but the core essence of the community as a tourist community with Danish heritage that has a strong sense of place. You probably want to have that in 20 years. So
You just said it.
there is some argument that says, well, sure, it doesn't say we're not going to change, but there is an acknowledgement that everybody really likes. That's my impression of working here, working for the city. Everybody likes the city the way it is and doesn't want to see a lot of change. You want to see improvement to what you have. But the basic essence of the community is, people really like it. And so, there is that to be said for that vision statement.
Well, do we have a motion to accept, and I have to include the commissioners as well as that, and move forward with what we have, or do we want to bring the vision statement back? Would anybody care to make a
I
motion?
think we should bring the vision statement back to make it more succinct.
Me too.
Me three.
Okay, so I like the idea that the consultants gave us, that maybe we can propose exactly what we think was missing or should be tweaked. And then, once that we are going through what our alternatives are, that's the time when we can all, together as a collective effort, either vote on it or decide which one fits. But I think it's a great guide. I think it's a great rough draft, as we will call it. Yeah.
So we had a motion to accept the general, or the guiding principles, but not the vision statement at this time? Is it a two-parter, or is it?
You can separate them. Would you like to go through the guiding principles?
Yeah,
or-
let's do that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I move that we postpone approving the vision statement at this time, and let's go discuss the guiding principles.
Yeah, you don't need a formal vote
Yeah.
on that if you are not approving it. So we can just go through the guiding
Go through
principles.
the
as
guiding
next.
principles.
Planning Commission.
Okay. We can get the PowerPoint back up. We're gonna move on from the vision. I feel like we've explained guiding principles through this conversation, so no need to reiterate. I will point out here that the way that the GPAC and DRC reviewed each of these is they went through one by one. And I think in this environment and this great dialogue that we're having, I think that's the best route to go. So on the screen for the guiding principles, we'll roll through 3 at a time. And then what I will do is I will hand it back to the mayor and the council to start to facilitate that discussion on each of these.
Okay.
So the first 3 that we have here are heritage and identity. The second one focuses on the core of the community, which is the village itself. And the third is on economic vitality. So as we review each of these 3, just like with the vision statement, do these guiding principles that the GPAC and DRC are recommending tonight, do they meet the mark for what heritage and identity means to solving, and then how that will get carried out through the plan? And the same goes for the core, which is the village, which is number 2, and the third one, which is focused on economic vitality for the community.
Is there anyone that would like to make any comments on that part? Seeing
I
none?
think
Oh.
they're well-written,
Yes.
and I don't have any changes to propose.
I think the only thing I would say is that we need to say who was here before us. Because they are still here. Some of them are still here. When I say us, the Danes. Before the Danes came here, who lived in this area? Who lived in this valley? Who was trained by the people with the mission? I think we're glossing over a whole history of what was here before Solvang. And it's not Danish, I know, but it certainly has added to what some people come here for. They love the museum at the mission.
Joni, is there a place where you envision seeing, I'm assuming it would be the Chumash and Spanish,
Right,
somewhere in there.
right.
In the heritage and identity.
with the heritage section, I'm just,
Mhm.
Yes.
And if I may jump in here, Mayor, real quick, on the next set, we get into a guiding principle on cultural resources. That might be the most appropriate place, I'm thinking possibly to drop that, and we get into the resources that solving was founded on.
to be more specific.
I think there's a
Okay.
possibility to tweak that language to cover what the commissioner's saying.
Getting fancy.
Yeah, it is a little difficult to hear. Is there any other comment? Are we just gonna do them each one, or in groups of three? So is any other comments for these three?
So we'll do them in groups of 3.
Okay. Are there any other comments related to the heritage and identity, the village, or economic vitality of the council, or the planning commission? Seeing none, I'll take it out to whoever would like to speak. Mr. Hutchins, please step forward.
Yeah, Eric Hutchins again. I read over this whole document and prepared a letter for council about the whole thing, which doesn't fit well into your format of looking at 3 things each. So I'd just like to hand this letter to each of you without going through it, and beg your pardon in advance for the fact that it's not a particularly warm and fuzzy letter. But I will say this in the context of what you're looking at right now. Guiding principles suggest that they are principles that will be used to guide decisions, okay? And if the guiding principles are to be guiding principles, then when you take an issue like whether or not to keep Copenhagen closed, you would look to those principles for guidance. If you find it, then there's a flaw in that. If you don't find guidance and principles for a concrete issue like keeping Copenhagen closed, then there's a flaw in that as well. So at some point, it would seem to me that somebody should take a look at what constitutes guidance at the right level, so to speak. If there's no guidance in these guidance principles on a concrete issue, then they fail the test of being guiding without being divisive of the community. If they do offer guidance, that doesn't mean that you'll avoid the divisiveness, because it's a divisive issue. It's a real issue. Okay? So I would say globally that you would want to think through this before you get too caught up in overarching principles and then guiding principles and then subsidiary principles, and look more at the process of planning and making decisions. And that would be my general overall comment. Thank you, sir, and ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchins. Are there any other comments in the house? Seeing none here.
I just have one comment. Does everybody agree that we have a diverse economy in that third statement?
Yeah, that's right.
Do you think we have a diverse economy?
I think it's something to strive for.
I'm just curious.
I agree that, yeah, we rely too much on tourism, and it should be priority that we look at other ways of revenue and other ways of, supporting our community. And I think if there's anything that we know right now that says doesn't fit with our goals moving forward, then that is an immediate reason to do something about it. Which is why I think it's okay for us to word this as Solvang is, because that makes us strive to be better. Even if we can question whether that is true or not, this is something that we want Solvang to be. But I can understand how, yeah, we can look at some of these and question whether they are true or not.
Any other comments from the council or planning?
I mean, as far
Commissioner
as.
Rodriguez?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. As far as Robert's comment goes, I mean, it got me thinking, it's like, why don't we, is it a bad thing to focus it on tourism instead of saying a diverse? And so,
No, I don't think it's bad at
and so,
all.
so like, just maybe, yeah, this town is largely built on tourism. People come here to see this town. And, I mean, outside of that, we don't have Raytheon, like Goleta has Raytheon or UCSB. So I don't think it's negative. That is, our eggs are all proverbially in one basket. So, I mean, maybe cleaning that up and say it's a tourism-driven economy for the most part. I mean, I don't see that being a problem. I mean, but I do appreciate Mr. Hutchins saying, you know, like, having an open for business, letting people do business here is not a bad thing either, so.
Thank you for those comments. Is there anyone out in Zoom or telephone that would like to make any comments of these first three items on the guiding principles? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. And final comments? Or changes, anything here? All right, I think we can move on to the next three.
Okay. We do have a hand raised on the screen.
Oh,
One hand just went up. Miss,
Ms. Benedict, please go right ahead.
I just want to compliment the GPAC and our consultants because I think they're on the right track. Thank you very much for all your hard work. That's it.
Thank you for those comments. They're much appreciated, I'm sure.
Okay, if we can switch back to the PowerPoint. Perfect. So the next three are going to cover the topic of neighborhoods, topic of cultural resources, and the overall natural environment. So I will leave this open to discussion.
All right, are there any questions of
Yeah.
any of these three items?
There was,
Councilmember Infante.
thank you. There was a couple of comments that came in from the citizens with regard to this, particularly the neighborhoods, where it says buffered from the impacts of traffic and overflow visitor parking. Yeah, I don't know where that came from. I don't remember that in the GPAC meetings that specifically, but that, as the comment came, where was that?
That they obviously hadn't lived on Second Street.
Yeah, they didn't live on
Yes.
Second Street because.
I don't think anybody in this town is buffered from the impact of traffic.
No,
No.
no, whether it's a moke driving up by board,
Yeah.
you know, it's just, they're all over. So, that's not good.
I would take that out.
Yeah. Or change it somehow.
So then we all live with the noise and
There should
traffic?
be a
That's
fire,
just a
exactly.
fact of.
I think,
We're not buffered.
I think we should keep it in because it's what we're guiding forward.
Yeah, but I think
For.
that we should say strive.
Strive
You know,
for.
maybe that's what we strive for.
So one way to look at these principles is this isn't, on the ground, is there traffic that overflows in neighborhoods? Yes,
Yeah.
there is. But these principles build on the vision, which is what you're striving for. So you're striving to have a buffer, you're striving to reduce traffic where applicable,
Yeah.
and that's looking out. So if you're removing that, that's not a principle that you want to carry through. So when we start, here's a great example, when we start to look at the mobility and circulation element. Well, there's nothing in your guiding principles that say, oh, we want to protect neighborhoods from traffic. What are some solutions that we can evaluate? So that's why stuff like that is mentioned and carried through.
Yeah.
Good point, thank you.
I just think that we as strive to buffer sounds like we'll try but no promises. And, you know, we should strive for better than that, you know.
Because everything sounds like it's today. Our diverse residents. Residents enjoy the quality. It isn't said that we're gonna do this. That's, I guess, where the comment comes from, and
Yeah,
I
you're-
understand. It's, go ahead, sorry.
Just to support what Brent said, if you think about this in terms of guiding your policy goal and policy development and your program development, then a principle like this would say, our principle is our neighborhoods are buffered from traffic, and this is how we're going to do it. We have a goal to alleviate traffic in neighborhoods, and there are policies that describe ways that the city is going to approach that, and then programs to actually implement that. That would be traffic calming programs, or, just I'm thinking off the top of my head, but just throwing that as an example. So the idea is that you say, here's this grand idea, we'd like to see this as our community, and here's how we're going to get there. So when we talked earlier about what are the what's the purpose of the guiding principles, is to provide that overarching kind of guideposts for how you're going to lay out your policies and programs to accomplish whatever you want to accomplish, the changes that you're going to accomplish, or preserving the good things about the city.
So again, it's a guiding principle, it's not an existing situation.
That's
and
correct,
that's-
yes.
Okay. Then I will
If you
step back.
think about goals, you set goals for, a lot of places where you work, city has set maybe goals for operations. These are goals for regulating growth and development in the city, and how you're going to achieve this. This is one step above the goal, so it's kind of a broader statement than the goals describe, address each topic that you'll have a series of policies in. So yeah, it's more like it's actually a bigger goal statement.
Good point. There was another resident statement talking about the cultural resources that ignored, it omitted library. The library is not included in that at all, and I think it should be.
I agree with that. I think, yeah, we should make the library part of these
If we're gonna
lists.
talk about the museums and theaters and art venues, we need to also talk about the library. I think Max wants that.
Could you bring that slide up again real quick? I think we had that covered in educational. I think that's where that was, education was meant to cover the library.
Oh, we did talk about that at GPAC, didn't we?
Trying to keep it concise.
Yes, education. It's in the cultural resources. Education. Yeah, see, that's the question. That covers schools and libraries potentially? A library isn't always just educational, I guess. I don't know. I'll leave it to everybody else to say what they would like to think about that, particularly the planning commissioners.
I know there were a number of library supporters that wanted to have the library specifically named in there, but
I think adding the word library in there is not gonna make it any shorter or longer. I don't think it matters, but I think it's a good idea to have it. I agree with Councilman Conti.
Yeah, it matters to the library.
Commissioner Jameson, where would you think in this particular section we could add the cultural, multicultural history that we have here? Because I think this was where we thought it might be able to be added.
Right, in the cultural resources?
If I'm not mistaken, that was where I,
I still think it belongs in heritage.
Pardon me?
I still think it belongs in heritage and identity. If we could work it into there.
I just think I think we're limiting ourselves. I think that there are people that come here, sure, for the Eagles Fevers and the wine, etc. But there are a ton of people that go to the mission because that's their heritage. We don't want to limit who comes to our community. We want to be inclusive and not exclusive, just my opinion.
The other thing that I will bring up, and maybe that's not in cultural resources, maybe that's in regional cooperation, there's nothing that in the guiding principles that states our acknowledge and relationship with the tribal government of the Santa Ynez Band of Chumash Indians. I'm wondering if that is something that we want to revise.
Okay, so if we look at the heritage back, the first one that was up there. And it says, we honor the positive traditions and values modeled by those who preceded our founders and their successors. And you're suggesting that you'd want to list some of those? It seems to me that the minute we start listing any predecessor, we're going to forget somebody. So if we just say all our founders, who preceded our founders, isn't that enough?
No.
You want to specifically state?
Yes.
How many do you want to put in there?
I just the tribal, the Chumash, and the Spanish, that's all.
And the who?
Spanish.
What about the
Okay.
Mexican?
Pardon me?
The Mexican?
Mexicans, okay. There were more Spaniards than Mexicans in the very
See,
beginning,
so
no?
we're up to 3 now.
That's fine. I just think you're opening it up so that there are people of that ilk that would like to come and see what is here of their culture, not just Danish culture. That's all. Be inclusive and not exclusive.
Well, it really says that, it just doesn't specify each individual group.
Right.
Because it says positive and values modeled by those who preceded our founders and their successors.
Who are those people?
I don't think it really matters at that point, because then you're, like Councilmember Fonte said, which I agree with, it's like you're opening up a can of worms. And I don't think tourists are gonna read this statement and go, I want to come to Solvang because of this, or anyone wants to visit. This is basically just for the city as a guiding principle. And they are acknowledging.
Okay, I think you're missing the whole idea of a general plan. There are people that read general plans who want to come and invest in the community. It's not just something that us land use consultants use to make sure that we're meeting all the guidelines. There are actually people that read especially the vision statement and the guiding principles. They may not read the rest of it, but those things are very important to them. They want to know, what is this community about? What do they want to do? Where have they been?
And listing the preceding cultural groups would tell them where they're coming to and what they want to do?
It will give them an idea who lived here before, yes, and who still lives here.
That doesn't say still lives here, that said they preceded us.
Well, what still is active, like she said.
Okay.
We have a relationship with the tribe. If it weren't for the tribe in this valley, there would be a big world of hurt monetarily for people that need the extra money. And I'm not talking about gambling, I'm talking about the donations that they make. They make huge donations to all the schools in the valley. We're not just Danish, Mark.
I give up, I agree. Beat me down.
Do we want to open it to public comment at this point?
Yes. We can open it up to comment in the in-house comment first for anybody that's here. Seeing none, we'll take it out. And we'll just work my way across. Ms. Emerson? Ms. Emerson, if you can hear me, you need to unmute.
My apologies. In the neighborhood section, I think the problem is the word remain. And if you can get a better term than remain more accurate, it'll help that section. Because remaining implies that the buffering already exists and there's no problem with overflow parking, and we know that neighborhoods are complaining about those things now. So I don't think you can say remain. Then why not change historic to Chumash, Spanish/Mexican, Danish? Those are the primary historic elements for our valley in Solvang, I think. The mission and the predecessors to the mission.
Thank you for those comments. Mr. Duncan?
Thank you. You will always find different perspectives. I think you got the point that the discussion regarding our neighborhoods is aspirational. It's supposed to drive policy and you're supposed to work towards it. So if you have a problem with the word remain, I would just simply say are. Our diverse residential neighborhoods are safe and quiet, buffered from the impacts of traffic, overflow, visitor parking, and FMs. Because that's what we aspire to do. And I think your consultants gave you good advice by keeping that. On the terms of the cultural resources, there were comments about which specific cultures we would list, and we did feel that it was potentially a can of worms. Are you going to omit the Portuguese shepherds? I don't know, Felix Batty was German Swiss. He had a lot to do with the development of the valley. And it isn't just Solvang, it's the entire context that we are supposed to be appreciative of. So that's the reason why we did not attempt to list all the different cultures, but instead oriented it in terms of the Danish. The Danish being the primary. So there are those that came before and those that came after. The potential addition of libraries, I think, makes a lot of sense. If you put it in the list here, and be careful whenever you're putting together a laundry list, if we're talking about a singular library, meaning our Solvang library, then I just suggest you put it after the Danish village. So you say the Danish village, library, museums, art venues, theaters, etc. I suggest that location because it's a singular as the village is, as compared to all the others that follow it, which are plurals. Simply a matter of what will read best grammatically. Thank you.
Thank you, Duncan. Esther?
Hi, Esther Jacobson Bates. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I echo Lansing's comments on neighborhoods R and inclusive library where he suggested. I also echo his comments about what we as the GPAC put together as an aspirational statement and goals here. And to that end, we use the multicultural, as was pointed out, to be inclusive and not to exclude any one group of the many people who've come before and after the founders, because there are many people who have been of all different ethnic backgrounds who've contributed to the growth and development of Solvang and continue to do so now. We certainly hope in the next 20 years. So as a committee, I believe that we were very careful to make this an inclusive statement as opposed to exclusive. And if you're going to list any kind of the prior to Solvang Danes of coming, you definitely have to look at the Spanish influence and then the Mexican influence, because that was the governing bodies before it became the state of California and part of the United States. But I would really heavily encourage to remain multicultural and not list specific groups.
Thank you, Esther. That's the last out on Zoom. If there's anyone on the phone that wishes to speak. Seeing none, bring back for final comments on these 3 items and or move forward. Any final comments?
No.
Anybody want to just put the R safe instead of remain in that one section?
Yes, we've been making track change edits while the conversation's going.
Is there a consensus on adding Chumash, Mexican, and Spanish?
I would disagree.
They were here in the 1700s, they were here in the 1600s, a long time before the Danes
It's a
arrived.
multicultural precedes, I think, as Lansing had put it, and I think we have it.
And if I could add, tourism is our driver, and it was the Danes that brought the tourists here, and it's a Danish village, and that's why people come here. There's other things to do here, but I think that's the emphasis, and that's the priority, what it should be.
So, yeah.
Any other comments, commissioners? Move on to the next 3.
Okay, almost there. 2 more sets. The next 3 focus on mobility and access. This includes circulation, the discussion of traffic, parking was brought up. That's part of this guiding principle. Regional cooperation, as well as infrastructure and amenities that includes public services provided to the community.
Is there any comments from the council on these 3?
I think these are great, yeah.
I'm fine with it.
Anything from the planning commissioners on these?
They look
next 3?
good.
Look good to me.
Look okay?
Wow, that was amazing.
No, it's not. It's good.
I don't think anybody will disagree that we shouldn't be dealing with something about traffic. I think, yeah, we need to address that.
Next 3, I think.
Nope.
Oh,
public
I'm
comment.
sorry, we have comments, public comment in-house. Seeing none, take it out to Zoom. Ms. Benedict?
Yeah, I'm here. You know, most of you that know me know that I was the archivist at the mission for 18 years. But what you also don't know is that I was a political consultant to senators and governors before that. And when my husband and I moved here, we thought we were coming to a big city because we owned a 27-acre quarter-horse ranch. And I'm looking through this, and I'll repeat my words. I've worked on this with county supervisors and others when I was working for the senator. And I attended an awful lot of meetings about these types of things. And I think they're on the right track. But I'm absolutely adamant that we add something multicultural. And it wouldn't hurt to add the mission in because, as you know, it was built in 1804, which was way over 100 years before anybody else was here. And the mission wasn't the first ones here. The Chumash were here for many, many, many hundreds of years. So we are multicultural if you stop and think about it. And like I said, I don't come to this just because I live here. I come to this with a lot of historical background, and I still do historical research for an awful lot of people. My work is more forensic than anything else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Any further comments from council or commissioners on these last three?
There were some comments about living wage jobs versus just jobs. I think anything to encourage people to work and live here, or allow them to work and live here, is great. And a job that employs you during the summer season and lays you off 9 months out of the year is not a living wage. So I think continuing to strive for an economy that is sustainable and offers opportunity for growth and thriving to everybody year-round is of utmost importance, whether it is professional or hospitality or anything else. So I am all for keeping that phrase. I think that's important.
I think we moved on to the last set of.
Yeah, the final three, which is what the council member was speaking on just a
Yes,
second ago,
just jumping
was
ahead.
on the jobs and housing. So these final three is resident services, jobs and housing, so that gets into a jobs housing balance for the community. And then finally, a good governance, and this is focused on transparency in government through all aspects.
Are there any comments of the council at this time on these last three? Seeing none. Commissioners, any comments? Is that good? Seeing none? Move it out to public comment. Any comments from anyone that's in the audience? Seeing none, anybody on Zoom wish to make any comments on the final three items? Seeing none, we'll bring it back for a final discussion. I think we're good on this.
Okay, so if council would like to approve the guiding principles, I think we have general direction. Consultants can jump in to return with the vision at a later date.
Sure, can I just confirm I just have two specific word changes, which is on neighborhoods, the first line, our diverse residential neighborhoods are safe and quiet. And then on cultural resources, add library after village.
Those are the two that I remembered. Anybody else remember anything differently?
Yeah, Lansing had some recommendations where you take the word remain and change it to are, both Esther and.
That's what he's stating.
That's what he's
Yes.
just
Yeah.
stating there. Thank you.
Okay, so if you would like to formally, if you make a motion to approve the guiding principles with the two changes that were just mentioned, we could move forward with the rest of the general plan update, hold the next alternative choices workshop on tentatively scheduled November 4th, and we'll return to council and planning commission with further recommendations based on all of the discussion and direction you gave us today for a mission statement.
Okay, can we have a motion?
Okay, so just so that we're clear, so are we leaving this as, you know, specifically referring to the Danish heritage because that's what drives the economy, that's what made it into the tourist destination that it is today, and are we choosing to leave out any other specific cultural heritage for fear of being exclusive? Is that what we're going for?
Yeah, that's what I got out of this. Just the two changes, the word "are" and putting in library. leaving everything else the same.
Otherwise, the guiding principles would remain.
Okay, I will love to see, you know, as we move forward there down the process, if there's some acknowledgement that we can make of that, and I would love to see if there's gonna be a tribal relationships element to this, if that's not gonna be part of our vision statement.
We're gonna get into that later, aren't we, as we go through in the details of this?
Yes, there will be goals and policies on cooperation, and that will directly include the tribe.
Okay,
Yeah, has to.
By state law.
okay.
In that case, I'll make the motion that we accept the GPAC recommended guiding principles with the 2 changes. Add the word library and change remain to R, I believe it. So I got that correct?
Correct.
Do we have a second?
Second?
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Morona,
Yes,
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Yurick.
Yes.
Guiding principles, pass 5-0.
Do we do the planning commission too?
Your council is overarching, but I believe that we have received all of the planning commission feedback on this, and it's a joint policy direction from these 2 bodies.
Okay.
As we work forward and hold additional workshops, and the next one will be very important workshop on alternative choices that will very much inform the rest of the work for the general plan. At that point, we'll once again circle back with the planning commission and seek their guidance and their approval of the vision statement, and then we'll return to council for your final approval.
Because I thought we had to have their approval first, and then it comes back for us to accept what they accept. That was my understanding of the way that this format should have been. That the planning commission should be the one that accepts this first with those changes, and then that we overall do it.
It is one way to do it. The way the discussion took place is obviously the council has just taken an action on this. We were originally bringing forward to you both the vision and the guiding principles for adoption. We at this point have one piece still in the works, so we can continue to work with Plan Commission and the council on that piece. There is no legal requirement for Plan Commission to take a separate action as part of this, as part of the vote. But if you'd like to come back,
No, I didn't mean to come back. I just meant for tonight, while we were doing this, I thought,
would you like me
would
to
have been-
take an informal vote of the Plan Commission to see where the Plan Commissioners stand?
I just wanted to make sure we were doing it properly and in the right order. And Mr. Fleischman,
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
the question would be is, would this motion need to be made by the planning commission, accepted, and then come to us for the second time?
I
Or
think
is-
because the individual planning commissioners provided input throughout the process, and you got a sense of where the planning commission was coming from, that vote is not essential to your action in approving the document. It certainly is something that you could do if you want to have a formal record of what the planning commission did. But in sitting and listening to each of the planning commissioners' inputs on this, I think it was pretty clear where the planning commissioners came from.
Okay. I hate to use that word essential because their input was very essential to this process, and I just wanted to make sure that they were not excluded in the way that this worked out, so.
And I meant essential only in the sense of a legal standard. It's absolutely essential in the substantive portion of it.
Okay, thank you.
And Mayor, if you would like to take a roll call of the Plan Commission, I
I
can
would,
definitely
just
do that for the
So
record.
everyone's clear.
Chair Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Jamieson,
No,
Commissioner Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Commissioner Peterson.
Yes.
So we have 3 yes on the Planning Commission with 1 no, 1 absent.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate everyone's time from the planning commission being a part of our meeting tonight. And with that, I will adjourn the meeting at 8:03. we ready?
Yes.
All right, call the regular meeting now to order at 8:11. We do not have any ceremonial items or, Madam Clerk, do we have the presentations or
So
what's happening with that?
the presentation that was listed as part of the agenda is going to be postponed to September 13, and that's a presentation from Elverhoy Museum of History and Art.
Okay. And then, can you please read into the record the statement about public participation?
Item number 1 is public communications, written or verbal. The council welcomes your input at this time. You may address the council on items not on the agenda and consent agenda. Time limit is 3 minutes.
All right, we'll move on now to the, oh, we need to have some public comment. Anybody in the audience that wishes to speak on any item that is not on the agenda? Tracy? Oh, sorry, Max. Catch you.
Go ahead.
Ladies first.
I'm here.
Oh. Tracy, please go ahead.
Okay.
I actually have a speaker slip that just was handed to me, so.
Okay. I wanted to give a slight COVID update at this time. We have just finished passing out 60,000 masks of these, which makes the chamber, having passed out, and along with all of you, we have passed out over 700,000 masks in the community and throughout the valley. And with our partners, we've passed out 1 million masks in Santa Barbara that graciously Aaron Peterson was able to help us take delivery when COVID started last year. And Joni Jameson was able to help us pass them out. So we've had a great team of this community of accepting product and sending it out. And this is what we have right now for everyone. And we'll be doing this at State of the City, and if you need them for business, we do have them. We do know COVID is around at this time, so we would like to see about our city updating some of our signs. They're looking a little worn and old, and we want to be looking fresh. So we need to make sure we have health department signs. And we thought about working with Inklings. I met with her today, the owner. She thought about making them a little Danish, putting a sign on it. So everybody kind of has the same sign. They can download it, or they can get a plastic one. We have the Loving Solvang 6 feet apart that you did. We do need to put those out again. I do believe COVID will be around this mandate till the end of the year. And I'd like that kind of noted that as we look, that maybe we reinstate. I know it's so important our health ordinances are, and at the same time our sign ordinances are, but our businesses are still suffering from COVID and having this effect of, are we open, are we not open? A lot of our smaller businesses are not letting people in to taste. So I would like that maybe on the agenda next time talked about. I know you can't do it tonight, but maybe look at extending till after January our signage and what we do for our businesses, because they truly are suffering. You know if COVID's around, or you all would not be here with the mask on this evening. So I thank you, and I look forward to all of us working together on State of the City and seeing you on Saturday at 8:15 in the morning for a little coffee and pastries, and 9 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. I have another speaker slip, which would be Max Hamburg.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council and City Manager. I'd just like to take a moment and apologize for not being able to throw Danish Days on and give you a little reasoning. We've had a lot of input from the dancers, cooks, servers. They were not willing to wear masks when they cooked and served and dancing, and there were too many things up in the air that we had to commit to early, and we just didn't see it being pulled off with. They talk about a rise in September and August and in this, and we just felt it wasn't prudent to put it on. So that was a little input from the Danish Days Committee.
Thank you so much.
Have any questions I can answer?
Yeah, I have one comment, is that if it had gone through, you'd gone to all that work, and we don't know where we're gonna be in 30 days from now, and then they could shut everything down then. So it's like you kind of saved yourself a little bit of trouble, and with this apprehension of not knowing where we're gonna be down the road, it just made sense.
Yeah,
And
getting
that's
a health
helpful
permit
thing
was
that
gonna
made
be an
sense.
issue, so, and I thank you for that comment, Ron.
I think we could have kept the beer garden up.
There was a lot of thought on that, trust me, but, we just, yeah.
Can we?
But Able Skiers are our business, so then that was right.
I know. Darn that Carlsberg. All right, okay. So those are the speaker slips that I had. Is there anyone else that would wish to make any comments with items not on the agenda? Mr. Lee?
Yes, my name is Jeff Lee. I am the business representative for Teamsters Local 986. I represent the city staff. And I just wanted to come up here later on the agenda. I think you guys have something on there to discuss the negotiations. It's been a tough year and a half with COVID for the members, for the city staff. And, you know, we've seen kind of some issues, you know, more so outside the city, just in general, but you know, with the layoffs that we faced last year, kind of getting on track was a big goal for everybody. And I really wanted to personally thank both Dave Fleischman and Zena Bradford for all of the excellent assistance that they've provided. I think they've done an excellent job over the last few weeks and months of really kind of hitting our stride and getting everything taken care of. It's been a hard battle. I know that with COVID flaring up and going back down, we're still trying to find the best way to take care of things, but you know, the work that we've been able to accomplish with both Zena and Dave has been just tremendous, and I really look forward to seeing that trend continue.
Great, thank you for those comments, appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Do we have any other comments of any members of the audience? Seeing none.
Sheila Benedict has her hand raised.
Go ahead, Sheila. If you could unmute, there we go.
Yeah, I just did, thank you. I'm not sure that it falls under public comments because it does and it doesn't, but it also entails item 9 on the agenda. So if you want to stop me, you can, and I will just talk at item 9. But it has to do with the St. George project that the Planning Commission has been discussing. But at the same time, it also involves the drought restrictions. So it's up to you if you want to hear it now or you want to hear it under item 9. And maybe our attorney can tell us if I'm better off to wait for item 9.
If it's about the drought, I think we would need to wait, but if it's just specifically about planning commission items, I don't think, because that's not on the agenda tonight, I think that would be fine, and if Mr.
Okay, well, the only reason that they tie together is because of the water, and you're looking at doing more stage 2 drought conditions, and I understand we've got a problem. But I think any building projects should be put on hold until we can figure out what we're gonna do about our water, because it's the people of the city of Solvang.
Right, Sheila, I think that what you're just talking about right now goes specifically to item number 9.
Exactly,
Yeah.
that's why I said, stop me, and
Okay.
that's fine, Mr. Mayor. Consider me.
Stop. Thank you. Esther, do you have any comments on items not on the agenda?
Well, actually, it is on the agenda, Mayor. I just wanted to let you and council members know that I will be back at a later meeting when there's more time to give my presentation. You have plenty of business tonight to attend to. So thank you. See you later.
Okay, thank you, Esther. So I don't believe there are any other comments.
I have a comment. Can you hear me?
Oh,
I know that John Cato had informed me.
oh. Go ahead, John.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, for some reason I can't figure out how to get my hand up on the Zoom here. So as you're all aware, Solvang's in the middle of a general plan updating process. I'm obviously reading this. I feel the city needs to address many issues before the old lumberyard project is finalized. There are so many concerns that need to be studied and mitigated: traffic, parking, wastewater, stormwater or water supply, water rates, just to name a few. And then I feel that if any project ends up becoming residential, that this might be, it can bypass many reviews. And I just feel a project of this magnitude should be tabled until the process is completed. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. I don't see anyone else out there at this time, so we'll just bring it back to City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will keep it as brief as possible given our lengthy meeting with very many important items on the agenda today. Want to once again inform everybody and invite everybody to the planned State of the City, which will take place this upcoming Saturday. It will start at 9 a.m. and the program is anticipated to be just over an hour, with some time for folks to have a discussion with the council members and Chamber of Commerce board members after our formal presentation. This meeting will be taking place at the Veterans Hall. We'll have some snacks and refreshments, but it will be just a presentation format. Our key speaker will be Assembly Member Bennett, which will be followed by presentations from Montecito Bank and Trust, from the city, looking at the state of the city, past, present, and the upcoming projects that we're looking at. And then we'll conclude with a shout out to the Chamber of Commerce for 100 years anniversary and adjourn. So definitely inviting everybody to come. We had mailed a postcard to every utility billing customer in the city, informing them of that, and we'll also be doing some more outreach this week to alert those through electronic means, and hope to have good participation. COVID-19, of course, is still a concern, so even though we are holding this in person and events are definitely allowable at this point, and meetings like this by both state and county regulations, we also will offer a Zoom option for everybody to attend, so anyone that just wants to log in to, as they do to this meeting via Zoom, they will be able to attend and be present and listen to the state of the city that way. Just reminding where we just left off with our general plan update meeting, that the next alternative choices workshop is going to be taking place on November 4th. That is probably the most important workshop for folks to attend, where we will have some real discussions around their alternative choices, which will then shape now the future of the development of the general plan, and also fit into the future discussion and look back again at the vision for the city of Solvang. Now, we are continuing to enforce sign ordinance. That is something that was brought to the council, and council did vote to begin to enforce the sign ordinance in its full extent. So we have taken that direction, and we are implementing the sign ordinance, or informing businesses that the sign ordinance is back in effect. There is several different types of signs that have become really prevalent throughout the COVID-19 time, where we had some banner signs, some of these sandwich board signs that you see a lot. So those are not allowable under our sign ordinance, and we are giving businesses a warning first to remove those signs, make sure that they know to do so, but then citations would follow if there's non-compliance. And I can see Councilmember Thomas reaching out probably with a question or comment.
Are we looking at, and just because I probably forgot, are we looking at the possibility of having signage that shows where shops are that are be placed strategically throughout the city for businesses?
No, so one of the things that is currently allowed, and building owners can apply for permits, is just to have a menu sign of who is in that courtyard, for example. that is something that's allowed, but no, we are not currently working on any kind of citywide signage implementation for businesses. If you'd like to bring something like that on a future agenda.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up
definitely-
on that at some point. I think there might be a way we could do some signage that's complementary to the village, but also shows people where different businesses are from the corners, you know, of the city. I'd like to look at it anyway.
Yeah, I'd like to second on that. There are a few businesses that are in kind of hard to see areas that could really use directional signs, but it has to be fair and an equal opportunity to everybody. It shouldn't look like individual businesses just planting a random sign wherever they feel it's convenient.
Okay, yeah, there's at least 2 that are interested in looking into the science, so I'll plan on bringing that to a future council agenda for your general discussion. Okay, speaking to the comments that our union representative has just made, thank you for the additional budget that was adopted with this current fiscal year. 21-22, we're definitely making lots of progress on the reorganization, have come to an agreement with the union on all aspects of the reorganization at this point. There are some internal changes that are happening internally, but there is also some external recruitments. So we're looking forward to refilling the management and executive team. We have the planning manager, the human resources manager part-time positions open, as well as public works direction is open, and recreation coordinator. We have offers out to city clerk and assistant planner, and actually the city clerk will be joining us at the next meeting on September 13th. So you'll have a new fresh face here sitting at the table. Look forward to introducing her to you and the community.
I didn't know Matt retired.
That is an item of reorganization, so you as part of the budget have split up the Department of Public Works into Public Works and Utility Director position. So right now I have advertised a Public Works Director position, but that reorganization will be addressed going forward formally. Now moving on to advanced calendar, we have the parking improvements recommendations that you heard before. We'll be coming back, received your direction, we'll be coming back with some, not the major improvements, but with some more minor improvements that we can implement in the near future. We'll be also bringing back to you the marketing update from IDK. This will be the first real substantive update to you under their current contract and their current workload. We'll also be talking about the visitor center RFP results and would be asking for your approval of contract going forward as the current contract expires on September 30th. Marketing services RFP will be start to develop in September. If you approve the appointment to the Tourism Advisory Committee, they will be formed as soon as possible and will hold their first meeting in the beginning of September, which will then provide some of the direction from them as members of the community and representatives of tourism for the future scope of the RFP for marketing services. We also continue to work on phase 3, considerations for recycled water for the wastewater treatment plant update. The electric trolley license application is currently advertised as public hearing for September 13th. And we are looking at the application, including review by the Sheriff's Department and the CHP, as these are new vehicles. And then we'll be coming back to you once again with the general fund fees update, which was a continued hearing from August 9th. And those are available online and have been available for a while for public review. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Are there any questions of the staff report? The manager's report at all? All right, moving on to item number 3. Council comments, request an advance calendar. Any council member wish to make any comments?
I was going to comment about the length of the agenda, but I don't want to take more time to do it. No, just leave it, I'll leave it at that.
Well, then I'll do that. Just a quick update on, I attended 2 meetings last week. One was SBCAG, one of the projects that's continuing to go forward is what they call the SBCAG Easy Bike Project. And they're offering pop-up electric bike demonstrations. They're putting it out throughout the city. Looking to maybe have one here in Solvang coming up. I think there's a total of 15 different electric bike manufacturers. They're here just to give everybody an opportunity to get a free ride. I think it's for a couple of days or at least a few hours just to get an idea how it is to travel around on an electric bike. So for being what we're looking at here in Solvang, trying to be a nice clean community, I think it's a really good opportunity for us maybe to get that opportunity to ride around and see what it's like out there with the wind in your hair. One of the things that did come up was for May, this Measure A sales tax receipts totaled $4.678 million in May of this year. They haven't received the update for June, but that is the largest collection in the month of May since the measure took effect. So it was, right now they're still waiting for the figures, but the May increase was 11.58, which is really good compared to what we had last year. I think that's, we also had coming up September 1 through 3, the Clean Air Express, which we have one of the lines rolling through here in Solvang, will offer $1 a trip per day for that on those particular days. They're calling it dollar days, and I think that's the reason why. But it's to give readers the option to be able to not have to go online. The new Santa Barbara, or the Clean Air Express buses, we're going to be able to take those cards that have the little tap where you can just tap it on your debit card or credit card, and they'll take it right off of that. And so you don't have to go online to sign up for a passbook anymore. For those particular days, that's what they're trying to promote right now, the tap to ride. So it's contactless, enabled Visa or MasterCard. The 2050, Connected 2050 process for the regional planning and development, it was an 18-month process, and it was just finalized and concluded by a vote of the directors on Thursday. And that's to identify how the region will invest an anticipated $11.3 billion coming into Santa Barbara County over the next 30 years to maintain, operate, and improve our region's transportation network for the movement of people and goods. It also will help guide future regional, city, county, and tribal governments' planning efforts and policy decisions that affect the transportation opportunities, and specifically its relationship with housing, land use, and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions to achieve several local and statewide goals. Lastly, one of the other items that came up was the California Department of Transportation, which is Caltrans, is developing a new program called the Clean California Local Grant Program. It's part of the $1.3 billion Clean California program, which makes a serious investment in beautifying our local communities to create spaces of pride for all Californians. It's a 2-year Clean California Local Grant program, and it's for our area, it's going to offer about $296 million available for the communities to beautify and improve local streets and roads, tribal lands, parks, pathways, and transit centers. It's part of the It's an additional program on top of the Adopt a Highway program, so going forward. So those are some funds that are available. As far as the Bethania, the food bank on Tuesdays, last council meeting I didn't have some of the numbers, but on these going forward, on August 3rd, there were 1,328 individuals served. August 10th, there were 1,035 individuals served, 133 for the first time for August. And on, let's see, August 17th, 1,032 individuals served, 91 for the first time in August. And also on this Sunday at 12:30 at Hans Christian Andersen Park, they're going to be holding a volunteer appreciation barbecue. So anybody that's had the ability to service our community, whether you were there one time or multiple times to help out, they're asking that you would please attend. Just give them an RSVP to Linda, and so they can know how to plan for food. But that's this coming Sunday down at HCA Park as a volunteer appreciation for all of the volunteers over the past year that have helped out with the food bank. And lastly, these are the last couple of weeks winding down for Music in the Park with the Chamber. And this Wednesday will be the Lowdown Dudes coming in on the 25th. And on September 1st, special edition of Livewire will be back again for the final concert of the summer. So just wanted to give a shout out again to Tracy with you here and let everybody know we really appreciate all the efforts that you and the Chamber have made to be able to provide live music in our park and in Solvang. And those are my comments. Now move on to the council or consent agenda.
Item number 4 is consent agenda. Approval of agenda as presented. Receive Santa Barbara County Sheriff Monthly Report for the month of July 2021. And Memorandum of Understanding MOU with Teamsters Union Local 986. Approved negotiated 1-year MOU with Teamsters Union Local 986 and authorize the city manager to execute approved documents.
Great. Is there any items that any council members would like to pull? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I will make the motion to approve the consent
Do we
agenda.
have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Marona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Yurick.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Great. Moving on to regular business. Madam Clerk, would you please read the agenda title for agenda item 5?
Item number 5 is Tourism Advisory Committee appointment. So the formation of the TAC, giving you a little bit of background on this item, is that the City Council had determined that tourism is essential to the City of Solvang and the quality of life for Solvang community, and that it would be enhanced through the creation of a unified dynamic committee to advise the City Council on matters related to tourism. On August 9th, the City Council approved ordinance establishing the Tourism Advisory Committee, which will be effective 30 days from that. So we're looking at September 9th as first possible date for their meeting. The TAC must represent a cross-section of the community. This is in the ordinance that you adopted, which includes hotels, retailers, restaurants, cultural and performing arts, real estate, local attractions, profession within marketing community. Each council member would appoint 1 member, and 2 additional members can be appointed by majority of the council vote. There's 2 council members who have already stated who they would be appointing, and Councilmember Thomas would be appointing Max Hunberg, and Councilmember Clark, Barry Prescott. There was another 12 applications received, which are included in your packet. And with that, I would open up the floor to Mayor and Council to see if there is any appointments that you would like to make at this point.
Are there any appointments? I know I had one. I didn't realize we were actually supposed to make it before
Yeah, I didn't
tonight. So
No,
You don't have to, it's
you
just to have informed me, and
Okay.
actually Councilmember Clark's appointee was out of the country and wasn't able to submit
Okay.
the application, which is why that information was entered forward.
Okay. Do we want to just go ahead with the appoints?
I will just make a comment that in the past it has been it has been suggested that we make a comment as to why we're appointing somebody rather than just dropping a name. Just wondering if we want to consider that.
If you wanted to do that,
Okay.
feel free. Go ahead,
I'll make an appointment.
make an appointment.
Kim Jensen. Kim has been part of the Visitors Bureau that was here before. He owns a business, he lives around here, he's been around here a long time, well, grew up here. This is a gentleman that knows a lot about what this city needs, and would attract tourists and customers. So he's my choice.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Rona? Would you like a minute?
I would like a minute.
I'll make my, you already had?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I would like to appoint, John Martino. I know he's been around here for quite a while in a number of different capacities. And, that would be my selection.
Okay, well then, my selection based on, since you folks picked people that have served on the boards before and they're familiar with the history and everything, I would like to appoint somebody that is an industry professional, that has worked with other cities and might have an interesting perspective that might be refreshing. So I would like to appoint Elizabeth Schallenberger.
Great. She was on my list too. That's good.
Okay, and would Councilmember Clark or Councilmember Thomas like to say anything about their appointments?
Yeah, I will. The reason I appointed Barry Prescott is because I think he represents a little bit of what Solvang 2.0 would be like with the Lansby. He's got extensive experience in that field, and I just thought from his experience there, from the hotel, he would be an excellent addition to this group.
I selected Max. He's a local businessman. He's on Copenhagen Drive. He's been involved in Danish Days and has been involved in so many other things throughout the community that I think he will represent us well.
Thank you. So council, you now have 5 appointees that are your individual appointees. Would you like to consider appointing 2 additional members, which is allowable by the ordinance that you have adopted? We can go up to 7 members.
So we have 2 left.
You have 2 left. If you would like to appoint anybody by majority council.
Any suggestions? Or do we could just keep it at 5 too, correct?
Yes, you could keep it at 5. Your ordinance allows you to appoint
Up to
additional
7.
2.
Can we add people later if we want to?
Yes.
Well, I was wondering if we'd like to consider, seeing as, we often get older folks, we often get industry professionals. There's been comments about, adding a perspective from the community. And I love to see folks that we normally don't see here get engaged in the civic life. So I would like to know if the council would consider voting for Alexander Grenier to be part of the committee.
You know what, I think that's a cool idea. The young man's got a lot of potential. Everything I've heard about him is very good.
Oh, he is he did a great deal on helping come up with the Solvang map that is now posted throughout town.
And
Yeah.
the QR code.
Yeah, and he helps Tracy out with tasks over at the Chamber of Commerce, and
It would be interesting to have
It's a youth vote.
the youth vote.
And
Meant in
Alexander,
a complimentary way.
Alexander is here present and
I-
he's available for any
I-
questions as well and prepared.
I will second that idea. How's that?
Would you like, Alexander, would you like to come up and make a statement of a?
Well, I did prepare a little statement, I don't know.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay. So yeah, my name is Alexander Grenier. I guess I look up to you guys. I look backwards. It's the first time I've spoken to city council, so. I'm a sophomore at Dunn School. And about 6 months ago, I started working in the Chamber of Commerce. And you guys all know my boss, Tracy Beard. At the Chamber, she served as a mentor to me, and she's helped me grow as a leader. But she's also inspired me with the way she contributes to the community. And I want to contribute too, seeing what she's done. And I believe that the serving on the Tourism Advisory Committee would be a good way for me to contribute, because I have an interest in economics and local politics. And at the Chamber, I've supported tourism through my work in developing a digital solving visitor map and creating QR codes. And then I'm sure that many of you are asking why a 16-year-old belongs on the Tourism Advisory Committee. And while I definitely don't have any of the wisdom that the other members would have, I understand what young people want. And if we focus on catering to young people, we can not only bring in more tourists, but we can bring in more locals. So by creating fun activities for youth, we can not only better our community, but grow our local economy. So on the Tourism Advisory Committee, I'd pursue these things, and I'd hope to better our community and better Solvang. So thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you for considering me.
Nice job.
Thank you, nice job. I wish I could be like that at 16.
What were you doing at 16, Charlie?
You don't want to know what I was doing.
He'll be sitting there in a few years, Charlie.
I know he will.
So I believe we had a motion and a second.
Yep.
So I'll take roll call on appointment of Alexander Grenier to the TAC. Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
and Mayor Uhrig.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We expect a lot of you.
Okay.
Yes.
You got a great mentor behind you, and of course, anybody in the room is very open to answering questions and sharing what they've learned. You have a great community behind you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Would council like to entertain the appointment of a 7th member to the TAC?
I know that there have been a lot of comments about having residents be a part of this, and I know that Perry Gale lives on 2nd. I was kind of wondering if might consider Perry as he's works at the hardware store, but so he has firsthand knowledge of what goes on downtown, as well as a resident right downtown almost in the TRC area. And just to get another perspective for the tourists going forward might not be, I think it would be a good idea to actually have someone that's kind of a resident, which is what we had talked about a couple weeks ago in there. So,
Is his resume in here?
What's his name?
yeah, Perry Baker. I have him on page 262.
Yeah, may I add something? I also think that Jennifer Sully and that Linda Johansson would be outstanding additions to this as well, so.
Absolutely.
This is a tough one. I would have nominated either one of them if I had not nominated Barry Prescott first, because I like both of their inputs very, very much, and they're both pretty well dialed into what's going on in this town. And they care about this town. Not that, I don't mean to say that others don't,
Right.
at all.
But to get a different viewpoint. That'd be good.
Mayor, we have one speaker slip on this item, so you could consider public comment before making the final.
Would be, okay, so Tracy.
I'm Tracy Beard. I'm with the Solvang Chamber of Commerce, as you know. I've been an 18-year resident here, and I would very much like to see the bridging of the Chamber of Commerce and the tourism community. We've had a disconnect on and off where we were part of the tourism community, the chamber was, and then it branched off. It actually branched away from the Chamber of Commerce, is the history of it, and became the CVB. Then we dissolved it. We've really worked hard to branch, and I'd like to see a spot for my board or for myself on there so we can really make this a business economic, truly community for ourselves and for what we want to bring for future tourism and economic development and growth by working on the waysign system, things of that, as we grow forward, and looking at what we do for digital marketing to what we really call marketing for our downtown area.
Thank you, Tracy. Any other comments or suggestions?
We made with Terry Baker, is that a motion? Need a second?
Though it's for thought.
Was that a motion, or we need a motion?
We would need a motion, but it's still open for debate right now.
I think Tracy's made good points. Not only has she made good points, she's shown so much that she's done for the community and the work that she does. I'm certainly a big supporter and would certainly like to see her have a position on this board. I'll make it a motion.
Do we have a second?
You know what, I do think that it is important for local businesses to be represented in the advisory committee. And, you know, it's a shame that we can't have everybody because we have such great applicants that bring great expertise. But yeah, I'll second having Tracy on the Tourism Advisory Committee.
Can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Clark?
No.
Councilmember Infanti?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Uhrig?
Yes.
Passes 4 yes, 1 no. Okay, Council, you have 7 members of the TAC committee now. This completes this item.
Congrats.
Thank you for all of you that were, all the applicants. We appreciate your interest in Solvang and in our community and in our major industry going forward. So, thank you for all who applied. Madam Clerk, item number 6.
May I add something,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor? We had put in the agenda that item number 8 was to take place at 9 o'clock, is that right?
Yes.
So should we be changing that right now?
Uh,
Unless we want to get through this in 3 minutes? Oh, we still got the Copenhagen Drive after that too.
Item number 8 is time certain at 9 o'clock. However, you can start a meeting start an item before 9 and finish that item before taking item number 8. But it is up to you whether you would like to just go ahead and move into item number 9. Let me see if we have our consultant with us.
We might be able to finish item 6.
Yeah, I don't see our consultant online just
Okay.
yet. So I
just don't wanna
think.
get in trouble, people are
Yeah.
assuming that we're gonna be doing something at 9 o'clock and then it's
Yeah.
not happening.
So let's move to item 6.
Yeah, let's go with
It's the
6.
shorter of the two. before.
Item number 6 is the Solvang Festival Theater remodel project funding request. So Solvang Festival Theater, and we have representatives here who are prepared to make their comments and presentation in support of their request as part of their capital campaign and fundraising efforts. But just in brief, the Solvang Festival Theater is kicking off major construction to address aging of the facility. The Solvang Festival Theater submitted a request to fund $500,000 in $100,000 contributions per year over a period of 5 years toward their total project budget goal of $4.7 million. According to the Solvang Theater campaign, they have raised about $3.5 million to date, so they're still looking for the pledges to reach the $4.7 million figure, which is the total cost, and the project will be breaking ground here in September, on September 13th. They have presented a study which provides some figures about the estimated annual audience local spending due to the operation of a theater, and that is estimated somewhere from $800 to $1 million per year that they bring into the economy as spending power. This is completely at your discretion, and we have the members of the Solvang Festival Theater here to make the ask of the council.
Would we like to hear of them right now?
Yes,
From them
please.
right now?
Ann?
Ann and Chris? Excuse me, Dr. Foxworthy.
Thank you, Mayor, and council members. Chris Nielsen, I'm the chair of the Solvang Festival Theater, and joining me is Ann Llewellyn. In addition to being my vice chair on the board of directors, she is also the chairwoman of the Imagine Capital Campaign, and that's who has raised those $3+ million so far to date. In light of your hefty agenda tonight, I'd just like to be brief, if I may. Because I don't need to tell you guys about the Theater Fest. You know the Theater Fest. You know it's been here for nearly 50 years as the live entertainment and arts jewel in the crown of our Solvang. I don't need to tell you, you already know that for that nearly 50 years, the Theater Fest has steadily, every year, fulfilled the vision of the original founders that created it for the purpose of bringing more people to Solvang. Not only out-of-town visitors, but even people within our valley, bringing them here to the heart of Solvang on a daily and nightly basis. That the Theater Fest is not just an organization. The Theater Fest is it's a component of the economic engine that is Solvang. The Theater Fest is responsible for putting heads in beds in Solvang hotels. The Theater Fest is responsible for putting diners at the tables of Solvang restaurants, and has been doing so for generations. I don't need to tell you, you're very familiar with our renovation project, and the fact that it's not only going to be making the theater safe for generations to come, which has to be done, but it's actually enhancing what the theater is. Not only is it an experience for audience members and patrons, but also for the performers. And in fact, just the simple feature of raising the wall that surrounds the audience, that right there is going to allow the board of directors of the Theater Fest to continue the pre-pandemic work we were doing to expand the season of events and activities at the Theater Fest beyond just the Memorial Day to Labor Day of PCPA, which is phenomenal, but even in spring and fall. The phenomenal September and Octobers that we have, having more events, concerts, activities. And I greatly look forward to continuing my conversations with Scott Schumack with IDK, who asked me, how can we synergy with the Theater Fest? Not only with expanding those activities into other parts of the year, but also in the marketing of Solvang. And I'll share with you, a week ago yesterday, when IDK and their film crew came to video the first installment of the 7 series marketing promos for the city of Solvang, the very first spot they set up their camera was in the lobby garden of the Theater Fest, beneath the oak tree, filming past Danish maids dancing underneath that tree. What maybe I could tell you tonight, though, this is not an ask for a donation. This is an ask for you to participate with an investment. 500,000, I mean, we're really talking about a $5 million campaign. We're asking you to invest what equates to 10 cents on the dollar of the not only financial and cultural future of Solvang, but truly something that is our core. The character of Solvang. You can find that when you attend the Theater Fest. Oh, and to make it palatable, we're asking for that 10 cents on the dollar investment in the future of Solvang. Make it over 5 fiscal years. And you know what? A number of those years, the dollars you're going to be paying towards the project will no doubt have come from what was generated in activity due to the enhanced theater itself. And that will continue for generations to come. Don't donate. Invest. Yeah.
Sounding like a true financial advisor, isn't he? I'm Ann Foxworthy Llewellyn. Thank you for hanging around so long. All of you have heard the legend of Solvang Theater Festival Theater, that it was the dream of business owners and leaders in Solvang that they would build a theater, and they did it in 58 days. In that sense, they had a vision, and so this is very fitting tonight to be talking about a vision. In that case, the vision came true, but what happened also was beyond their original vision. There's really no single facility, entity, and nonprofit programs that so broadly affects this community and generates income for the city. The theater has become so much more than just a place for live music and theater. That was really so apparent this last year, when we had to cancel all our programs. And it wasn't just the plays and the music. It was telling those children that they weren't going to have a dance recital this year that has been going on for decades and decades, and their parents wouldn't see them after they practiced all year. We all missed Nashville Nights. Now, that's a great event. It sells out. But the important thing is that it generates money for Friendship House. It's their biggest fundraiser. I'm trying to say there's no other place these events could go. And you know very well that the Haunted House helps the Solvang Anvil rec departments. The list could go on. And they depend on having this theater. We estimate that those groups for their events bring in about $300,000 for their nonprofits each year. I don't want to give you any virus. So we started as an offshoot of this campaign, and it became obvious. We started talking to business leaders in the community. Of course, we were asking them to support our campaign, but they also had something to tell us. And what we learned from them is they want more use of the theater. They want more programming in the theater. So very recently, Solvang Theater Fest Board adopted a new mission statement. That sounds familiar to you. We did it in about a month, but I don't want to crow about that.
Go ahead.
And summarize, and it's short, by the way. What our mission is to become a premier entertainment, performing arts theater in the Central Coast, and to expand use of the theater. So we've been pumping about $1 million, $800,000 to $1 million into community businesses. That should increase. Just in our summer concerts this year, we had about three times as many people attend as in past years. I just want to say that we're pleased. We've had great support from our community, but $5 million is a large, large amount. Frequently, I have been asked if the city, when I talk to people about a donation, they ask me, has the city donated? They believe that surely the city of Solvang will contribute, invest, because it is so supportive of the economy and of the community at large. Well, I had to realize we hadn't asked you. So that's why we're here tonight, to ask if the city council, the city of Solvang, will invest in the theater. Thank you very much. We are right, we're closing in on our goal, and we really need your support.
Thank you both so much. Are there any questions this time?
I only wish that the sitting area had a pit. It's kind of hard to rock out from a chair. But my husband and I had a great time hosting our Fairy Festival for many, many years in the venue. It allowed us to bring world-renowned talent in facilities that were ready to bring in a crew and provide entertainment that we don't have in any other areas in the county. The theater is a huge asset. It's unique. It's a great opportunity for, like you said, not only the PCPA, but for local youth and local organizations to do their fundraising. And I thank you for making it possible, for preserving it, and for your presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Any other comments? I'd echo those same things. Just thank you guys for having it available for the city of Solvang, especially, when I was a community resource deputy, always out there for Halloween weekends and doing that, working, trying to work with Fred and the recreation department as much as possible. And then it was bringing our community together as well. It was probably the best haunted house in Santa Barbara County. We had people from all over that specifically reserved that time to be able to come. So that, that's just one event that you guys opened up the Theater Fest for the city of Solvang and for the residents in the community, and that's very much appreciated. And then, of course, all the entertainment that comes, as a parent and a grandparent, being able to take my grandkids, multi-generational people going and enjoying stuff together. It's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm a patron and a big fan. I think it's a little difficult, though, to sit here at this exact moment and say we're prepared to pay $100,000 a year or $500,000 to the theater. However, perhaps if it's appropriate, could we put together a little subcommittee to sit down and look at budget issues and so forth and see what, if any, that we could help with the Theater Fest? I don't think that making the decision tonight's possible.
Really?
We have it?
Let's hear what everybody else has to say.
I would have to agree with that because it's my concern. I mean, the Theater Fest is a jewel. The Overland Museum, the Theater Fest are two jewels of this town. And as far as the investment word, I agree with, because it would be a matter of, we know that we're gonna generate more revenue when more events are going on at the Theater Fest, so I'm very supportive of that. My whole concept is, if we have the money, then gosh, yes, I'd love to do this. I'd love to commit $500,000. It's not my money though, it's taxpayer money, but I would still like to make that investment. My concern is we don't know where we're gonna be in 6 months. We don't know if our TOT is gonna drive up. We don't know if the governor's gonna shut down the state again. We just don't know. And this is the whole thing with bringing back more employees is my main focus is like, everything's so topsy-turvy, we just don't know where we're gonna be. But as far as the committee goes, to explore funding options, I think that's a great idea. Because I want to see the city, the PCPA, get the money that they need. And if it comes from us, that's fine too. If we have it, I'm more than willing to give it to them, because it's nationwide, people know about the Theater Fest. And also that Jerry Lee Lewis playing the piano was the best live performance I've ever seen.
Oh my gosh.
That was great.
And Arcadia was like down here. But that was it's just such a jewel, and I'm just so glad that it's here. I'm just nervous about money right now.
Most of us are. But one of the things that we could do is make the commitment, but we don't have to pay right away. So if the 100,000 this fiscal year is paid in 6 months or 8 months, if we make 8 months, then we would have a more clear understanding of what's going on. So now it's a commitment if we make it today. And then we just have to come up with the money as time goes on. I'm not as insecure about the future, I guess, but it's a good comment. It's a question.
Well, the staff report says that we have healthy reserves.
We do.
I understand the concern that we don't know what the future looks like. Yeah, I realize we don't even know who's gonna be leading the stage this flu season. That's a little bit scary. But I would like to pledge some sort of commitment tonight, if not the 500 over that time period. You know, let's pledge some support and revise it a year from now, see what our budget looks like later on.
When is the funding needed, this first phase, let's call it that?
Absolutely, Mayor, great question. In 2019, the Solvang Festival Theater formed a strategic financial partnership with Montecito Bank and Trust. Part of that is the fact that Montecito will be providing us a bridge loan for construction. So our construction schedule is set and we will be complete July 5th of 2022. That bridge loan is based on pledges. So that's how, whether it be the city or other donors that have pledged over a number of years, we will actually have the funds available for construction and then pay off the bridge loan as those funds are received in the future pledges.
Okay. All right, thank you for that.
Thanks, Chris.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I
Mr.
thought I'd
Fleishman.
chime in at this point. One of the issues that came up previously when we were talking about contributing funds towards the sidewalk in front of Theater Fest was the implication that donating city money to the project might implicate prevailing wage for the entire project. That concern still remains in my mind, and it's something that we would need to run to ground to make sure that that doesn't artificially increase the overall cost of the project. So if the council is inclined to take action tonight, I would suggest that council give direction to staff to work with Theater Fest, to work on a way that would best effectuate the council's intent to support Theater Fest without making a firm commitment this evening on the numbers or the manner in which the money will be committed, whether it be a zero interest loan, low interest loan, or just a flat out grant. That would be something the staff could work with Theater Fest to make sure that it doesn't implicate prevailing wage unnecessarily.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, that's a
Thank
good
you for
point.
that. I do remember that when we were talking about the sidewalk project, that, I think it's 5,000 that kicks in, anything over 5?
So it's a contribution of public funds. There is a rule that the Department of Industrial Relations uses as kind of a guideline that if the contribution from the public agency is less than 2% of the overall project cost, it's considered a de minimis contribution and prevailing wage won't be implicated. With a project cost of $4.7 million and the request for $500,000, it will exceed that 2% by quite a bit, and that's why I'm concerned about the issue.
Then what I'd like to do is make a pledge that we support, we're gonna work something out, and let's figure out how to do it.
I think that was the suggestion by the attorney,
Yeah.
that the staff work with Theater Fest and figure out how we can handle this.
But I want them leaving here knowing that we stand behind them and we're firm in supporting the Theater Fest. But let's figure out how we're gonna do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Agreed.
And.
Do we need to
Heck-
make
Heck
that
and
as a
High Water,
motion?
we'll see how they get their,
Or
we'll make sure they get
just
their money.
as
Just
direction?
general consensus is good on this one, if you're
Okay.
not approving any funds.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
We'll work it out.
We'll be working with you.
So if we can move item, what was it, 9?
Item 8
8.
would be moved in front of what used to be number 7, if you would like to make that motion.
I'll make a motion, we move item 8 to number 7 and move number 7 to number 8.
We have a second? Councilmember Thomas.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Infante?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morona?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Yurick?
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Okay. Go to item number, what is now 7.
Let's take a break.
I believe that now we
Do we
have
have
to
them
adhere
here?
to the 9
Yeah.
o'clock. Yes, we have our consultant here with us online now, and the item is to hold the second hearing, public hearing, to receive input from the community regarding the creation of a district-based election system. This is the second hearing before the maps will be drawn. So the consultant is looking for feedback from the public and from the city council. With that, we have Daniel on Zoom with us today. Please go ahead.
Hi there. Good evening, council members and mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right. I'm going to share my screen with you, and hopefully that won't present any issues. So you should be able to see the first slide here on the introduction to districting. Is that the case?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, great. So this presentation is going to be essentially identical to the first presentation I gave. The intent of the law is to have these twice in order to cater to those who may not have been able to see it the first time. So if you have seen this before, apologies for some repetition. So I will be briefer than I was at the first time. So just briefly here, election systems. You have been using the at-large system where voters across the city elect all 4 city council members in addition to the mayor. And you are moving to the by-district system, the third system here, where you have 4 city council districts, and there has to be 1 council member living in each of these districts, and they can only be voted on by residents of that district. And you're doing this because the California Voting Rights Act was written to specifically encourage by-district elections. And the way it is done so is by taking the Federal Voting Rights Act and make it stricter. And it did that by reducing what were originally 4 questions as far as whether a jurisdiction needed to go to by-district elections to 2 questions. So does a protected class vote as a block? A protected class being a ethnic minority or racial group, and do the voters who are not in the protected class vote in a block to defeat the preferred candidates of the protected class? And so being able to show that the answer might be yes to the second and third questions is enough for a jurisdiction like yourself to be vulnerable under the law for racially polarized voting. And the impact has been hundreds of jurisdictions like yourself, even small ones, switching to a by-district system in order to escape the threat of lawsuits and having to pay inordinate amounts of money, either fighting or settling these cases. And to date, no jurisdiction has fully and successfully fought against such a case. So this is the process that the city will be undertaking as you transition from at-large to by-district elections. The law mandates 4 public hearings, 2 of which had to take place before any draft maps are presented. And so the first of those happened 2 weeks ago, and then tonight is the second of those. These are supposed to educate on the process and solicit input from the public and council on what they think these districts should look like. Then much later on, in the next calendar year, we will have the 2 post-draft map hearings, where we'll discuss and revise the draft maps as well as the election sequence. And then eventually adopt one of those maps on April 11th. Here are the criteria that have to be followed. You have federal laws, including equal population districts, not violating the Voting Rights Act by diluting the vote of a protected class group, but not engaging in racial gerrymandering, where you make race or ethnicity the only or main consideration. Then you have the state law, which is a rank order. So you have the most important of these being that the districts are contiguous, just one piece. And then that you avoid dividing neighborhoods and communities of interest. You follow easily identifiable boundaries like roads and creeks and things like that, and draw districts that are compact and that they do not bypass one group of people to get to a more distant group. And then not drawing any maps that would favor or discriminate against a particular political party. And then you have other traditional districting principles that you may consider, but are not mandatory, such as respecting voters' choices or the continuity in office by avoiding having a district with 2 incumbent council members. So you leave it to the voters to decide whether they each have earned re-election rather than force one to leave because of the way the lines are drawn. And if there's any future population growth, you can account for that as well to a small degree. Now, since I last presented to you, the official census data has come out. And you'll see that the population as reported by the census is 6,126. And you see the racial ethnic breakdown among those 6,126. And the majority is non-Hispanic white, but there's a significant minority of Hispanics and smaller amounts of other groups. But when we just look at the citizen voting age population, which is the most crucial data when it comes to satisfying the Voting Rights Act, the Federal Voting Rights Act, we see the percentage of non-Hispanic whites is greater, 73%, and Hispanics are 23%. So still sizable, and then you still have small numbers of the other groups. So going by these numbers, each of the 4 districts must contain about 1,500 people. Now, we are still waiting on the official data, because the state has to process the census count to reallocate prisoner populations. But to be frank, we don't expect that to have much of an impact in a city like Solvang. So if it's not exactly this number, it's going to be very, very close. When it comes to defining neighborhoods, we like to throw out examples such as thinking about natural neighborhood dividing lines, areas around parks or schools, or other neighborhood landmarks, like the theater, which was discussed earlier. That could be an example. We'd like to get public testimony about what the neighborhoods are. We received some helpful testimony in that in that respect last time from a member of the public, but any more we can get tonight from the public or council will be appreciated. But we also have planning records and other similar documents to help us with that task. And then when we look beyond neighborhoods to this communities of interest term, we're talking about a geographic area like neighborhoods, but we're usually thinking about a shared issue or a characteristic that defines that area. Social or economic interests that might be impacted by city policies. And so if that community would benefit from being included within a single district for purposes of its effective and fair representation, then we would want to make every effort to do so. But we're not looking at any relationships with political parties, incumbents, or political candidates. We have provided an interactive review map which shows multiple data layers related to the city, and we provided the link on this slideshow, and it provides several examples of different data layers that might be useful in thinking about what communities of interest or neighborhoods might exist in the city. And so what we're really hoping to get out of this hearing tonight is what the neighborhoods of the city are and their boundaries, if possible, as well as the communities of interest and their boundaries. And like I said, the interactive review map might help in that task. Now, we are requesting, but it's not legally required, that the council discuss and even vote on recognizing a certain list of neighborhoods or communities of interest that should be included within a single district for purposes of its effective and fair representation. So this is something that will help us, as your map jars, provide a public record as far as what you, the council, or members of the public have identified as important areas to keep together. And the last thing I want to mention is we have a new website that was just recently launched, and I'll share that as well. So you should be able to see here the website homepage, and the website is called districtsolving.org, or Solving. I apologize if I'm not pronouncing it right, but so you see here there's a welcome page which has some basic information about the process and how citizens can participate, and links to the interactive review map, as well as an email to reach out and submit public testimony. There's also the calendar that shows when the public hearings are happening and when the data will be released. This page will eventually have the draft maps once they are available to be posted. Some frequently asked questions that might be helpful to people. Some resources about districting that people can check out, and a contact page as well. So please feel free to take a look at this website and use it and refer to it in this process. So that is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening, and I'll gladly take any of your questions or comments.
Thank you for that, Daniel.
Could you repeat the website?
Yes, it's districtsolving.org.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Councilmember Clark,
In
go ahead.
the districting rules and goals, first and foremost is federal law. It says equal population, Federal Voting Rights Act, and no racial gerrymandering. The attorney that sent the letter to us, the attorney that's been suing cities all over the state of California, specifically states that there's not enough Hispanic representation, which I was the first person on this council to say, let's go to district elections, mostly because I don't want to pay this guy $1. But how do you justify the crux of his letter with the first item on here on federal law of racial gerrymandering? Because that's what he's asking us to do.
Well, so when it comes to satisfying the federal law, it's kind of a very delicate dance. And a good way to explain it that I heard was to treat it like you're driving and you're looking at a speedometer as you're driving. You're not looking at the speedometer constantly as you drive. You check it occasionally just to make sure you're staying within the speed limit. And so the idea is you look at race and ethnicity occasionally to see, are you drawing districts that might dilute the voting power of a protected class group? But you're not looking at it constantly and making that the only way that the only consideration that you take into account when you're drawing your district lines. You're also looking at neighborhoods and communities of interest, which may correlate with race and ethnicity, but may not. And you are looking at equal population and compactness and all of that. So it's something that you want to be mindful of, but it's not something that you want to make the end all be all. And so the attorney wants you to be mindful of the opportunity for Latinos to elect a candidate of their choice. And so you can do that without practicing what is called racial gerrymandering, where you draw really bizarre districts that really make no sense other than you're just capturing all the little pockets of racial or ethnic minorities that are scattered throughout the city. And so if you draw a nice compact looking district that still doesn't split the racial ethnic minority concentration in the city, then that would satisfy the law.
Questions, if I may?
Go ahead.
You've got a statement in here, if I can find that again, that says basically on your schedule that we need to have initial deadline for draft maps. These are maps drafted by residents, is that correct?
So these would be maps that we, the demographers, draw using input we gather from members of the public and you, the council. And we would present those maps to the council in March, and then give the council and the public the opportunity to weigh in on those maps and offer suggestions or even revisions to those maps, and then you would eventually narrow it down to one that you adopt.
You said a demographer will create the map based on what input?
Whatever input we get from members of the public and you, the council, we will take that input and then combine that with our knowledge of federal and state law.
Do you have a prepared checklist, something that we submitted? How do we submit this? What does it look like? What's the process? What are we doing to get to the demographer the information that he or she needs to produce that map?
Is that question directed at me?
Yeah, yes, please.
So the information we get comes from many sources. We get it from, like I said, public testimony. We get it from statements from the council, and we get it from planning records and demographics that we get from the census. And so we have a lot of data already about demographics that are all available on the interactive review map. And so that's the data that we use demographically to make sure that we draw districts that are equal in population and not diluting racial or ethnic minority groups and things like that. And then for neighborhoods and communities of interest, we really would appreciate public testimony on that. But like I said, we can also refer to planning records and look at where zoning is concentrated in school attendance areas, all of that.
If the city council wishes to submit information that would have a bearing on the drawing of this map, what's the format of that information we'd submit? Just free? We just say whatever we want? Do you have a prescribed format? How do you submit it? And to whom?
You would share that information during tonight's public hearing.
It comes from us.
No, that was useless. Okay.
Well, there's still the website. You can go to the website, right?
I'm on this thing and it doesn't, okay. One other question, can I get a copy of the latest census data? Because the one that's in this presentation that we were given is the old one, it doesn't have the current information in it. Can you get a copy of that to the?
So, Councilmember Infante, there was a item posted today with council correspondence, which includes the most up-to-date presentation with updated census. So it will be this item starts on page 20 of this correspondence packet. So we are looking for any input that you may have today. This is the second of the 5 hearings, but the last one before the demographers, which Daniel is with the NDC, who will be drawing the maps. There will be post-drawing of the maps meetings in March. And obviously we would be looking for any community input as well as council input through this dedicated website. If council would like, we could also potentially schedule one more hearing at a near date in September before we, to receive additional input from you on the maps before we dive into that effort.
So we can draw a map, but then it's gotta be approved.
I don't
So,
think we need to draw the map, we just give them the data, they draw the map.
Correct. So what NDC is looking for, and that's, they work with multiple communities, including the County of Santa Barbara and the City of Buellton, is just some input on what are the communities that you think should remain in the City of Solvang. So from your verbal and descriptive testimony, they will take that and look at our specifics of the map by the census block and attempt to draw maps that encompass your intent and the public's intent. And then subsequent to that, there will be 2 hearings in March after the draft maps are posted in February for then the community and the council to consider whether those maps meet that intent. And then the adoption would be in April 11, which sets us up for the next election in 2022.
So the one thing that we don't know, or at least in looking at this, is with asking for us to try to figure out 4 districts that must contain about 1,500 people, how do we know where the population is in each little area?
that's a good point.
So I think if you were just to speak of the community from your general knowledge of the community, you could say, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but different neighborhoods, like I would like to see this neighborhood stay together. That type of input they can take and actually input into the detailed map drawing and ensure that we stay within that 1,500 people. But like I said, if council feels more comfortable with us giving you some more time to, look at the interactive map and spend some time with it and come back sometime maybe in September for an additional hearing, that is possible as well.
But if we don't have a specific opinion on what the boundary should be, they're gonna come up with a map for us. Is that right?
Yes, essentially, yeah. And they can use the, different plan documents and the data as well to just come up with those maps.
Yeah, we need to see where that population is spread. I know we're more dense downtown versus Skip Mesa, et cetera. It's in there?
It's on the interactive map. It's the
Oh.
one that they've been giving us in the past. It's still from that page that
Oh,
he
that's
just
right.
gave
I
us.
remember the colors, you're right, thank you. I'm
Was
sorry.
that interactive map though updated just in those last few days since the new census came out with those numbers?
The interactive review map does not show the current population totals because we are still awaiting the official state processed redistricting data. But
And that comes at the end of September, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's the 30th. Is that,
yeah, it should be processed by the end of September.
I can make a good guess.
Any public comment?
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't want to
Actually,
close.
yeah, no, I know.
Okay.
Do we need to,
No, it's only, the 9:30 only applies if you're starting a new item. So after, you can continue
We
to
can
hear
do it
this
after.
item
Okay, okay.
and once it's done.
just wanted to make sure.
Take the
Thanks, I
motion.
didn't know that.
Good to know.
Thinking about no anyway, so.
I was too.
Just for that voting yes.
Is there any other discussion here right now, or we can take it out to public comment? I don't have any speaker slips on this, so Aaron, please.
Real quick, Aaron Peterson, Zona. I kind of have looked at this, if you look at the county districts, you've got number 1, and they start in Carpinteria and move on up. When they meet that number, they go to number 2. Then they jumped up to 5, way up north of Santa Maria, and they started working themselves down on 5. Then 4 was the next one, which is Lompoc and southern Santa Maria, and everything else is in our District 3. I think you look at it kind of the same way. You go Alisal, the ranch, coming down the Alisal, you start moving this way, you come up the bluff, whether you go into Nyborg or not, you go over by the park on Alamo Pintada, and you start working that way.
Are you
in.
saying you start counting from that direction?
Absolutely. So you start moving, because they want you to have neighborhoods that are kind of neighborhoods. So you start on that, and you can't gerrymander Alisal Ranch all the way up to Skip Mesa. It'd be illegal. So you start at 1, and you start moving in. You start on Skip Mesa, maybe it goes to Nyborg. You start out by the park, and you're coming down Alamo Pintada around the hospital and up into that. And everything else, whatever's there, is gonna be number 4, which is probably the downtown area, which then meets the Hispanic need. It's the dense, like you were saying, Mr. Clark, and you're gonna have some other houses. So I think you logically work from the outside in.
Okay, you're the new consultant.
Anyway, that's my, in my trying to work with the county on
It makes
different
sense.
things on it.
It makes sense.
Let me ask you though, Aaron, before you run away. What did the demographer for the county say?
Well, they've played with it because you've got District 1 coming all the way up into Cuyama, right? So they did some gerrymandering, and they keep looking at it. Now the census is coming out, and it's gonna have to move some lines again. Just like Santa Maria, just like San Luis Obispo County. I mean,
Sure.
gosh, we grew from 5, I was surprised at 6,000 people, right? I've been thinking 5, so we really have changed. So I don't know those numbers, other than 1,500, and you gotta get 4 of them. You just start moving from the out in, and they're gonna have the dense here, because they want us to keep the neighborhood of Skip Mesa of single-family houses representing themselves. And then you want the multifamily representing themselves, but my house will probably be in the multifamily, because I'm right down by the Mission.
Yeah, but
So
they want to annex us to Isla Vista too, right?
Yeah, good. Anyway, that was my thought.
Thank you.
Any other comments out there for anybody in the audience? Seeing none?
Sheila.
Sheila? you're out there on Zoom, go ahead.
Yep, here I am again. I'm looking at the demographic study on page 329. And what disturbs me is voter turnout, where what is initialed non-Hispanic white is an 80% turnout, whereas your Latinos, their turnout is very low. There are many people in a lot of communities that don't vote for whatever their reasons are. But if you go and split into 1,500 per 4 districts, I guarantee you that we may wind up gerrymandering. And that is a very big problem. This demographic shows me, first of all, I don't understand how they can take a town our size and want to split it up. I looked at some of those lawsuits that lost, and just about every town was a whole lot bigger than Solvang. And I just think that we are creating a nightmare to do any of that. I've dealt with demographic studies a lot, and I just don't know how you're gonna split this 6,000 community up where you won't have a problem with voting in the 4 districts. I don't think Dr. Phillips is aware of this city or the demographics of it, other than what he sees. But when you look at a map, I don't think it's gonna work. I honestly don't. I think we're just too small. And other than the non-Hispanic whites, you hardly get any type of participation at all. Just my thoughts.
Thank you for your comments. I think if I'm not mistaken, Dave, if you could clarify this, we are already been served with this. So this is.
We already have a letter. We have not been served with any litigation on this point. And given the experience that other cities have gone through with this attorney, I will take him at his word that should the city not proceed through with district elections, that the city will end up in a lawsuit over it. And I think as Dr. Phillips mentioned, there has not been a city that has successfully battled against that claim. So while I never like to say that you have no choice in this matter, you do have a choice. It will be a very expensive choice if you choose not to go through the districting process. But there are ways to do this, and it is a difficult task, I will admit, to shoehorn 1,500 people on average in a district, but there are ways to make it done. And the fact that a city is larger actually may make it more difficult because they have more geographic territory to account for. Solvang, just very basically, has a geographic divide that could divide into 4 districts very easily. That can be a starting point. So north of Mission Drive, west of Alisal, etc. That's not what I'm recommending necessarily, but there are ways that this can be done without drawing districts that look like the North Carolina 12th district that I showed some of you at the last meeting. So with that, obviously it's a choice that you have to make. We're down that road already, and I'll wait to see what inputs the council has as far as communities of interest or neighborhoods that you believe should be maintained as part of a single district, and so on.
Thank you. Any other comments? We throw something out there? Nope. Maybe bring it back. Yeah.
What are our options at this point? What do we do with this if you've heard all the public input you're gonna hear? What do we do next?
Yeah, we can't force the public to come here and talk about districts either, because
I know.
we've made it very clear. You'd think if there was, we'd see some people here tonight, but no.
Okay, well, maybe next time, we should come up with a little map of the areas that we think that would make sense and submit them for the consultant to review. And if anybody else out there has, would like to participate, they're welcome to, come up with their own map, see what makes sense so that we can come up with a consensus.
Sounds good.
I want to see your drawing.
May I say something?
Yes.
Yeah, you're the consultant.
I just want you to be mindful that there is a legal stipulation against the city itself submitting any maps before the official data is out. And so that will still be another month or so, and then I think it's an additional 7 days beyond that for to give members of the public an opportunity. So you are welcome to submit any testimony you might have about neighborhoods or communities of interest, but I just want to caution you against presenting an actual draft map then.
Never mind, don't draw anything.
Okay. Thank you. So in your opinion, do you think it would be better for us to try to make a decision by before the end of September? Or would it be better for us to wait into October after all of this stuff is finalized and the numbers there?
That is a good question. So I believe that the data that we have presented right now in the interactive review map is more than sufficient for you to give us your guidance on neighborhoods and communities of interest. Because the only data that we're still waiting on is the official population data. And when it comes to neighborhoods and communities of interest, they are often not a certain population size. So we are looking for neighborhoods and communities of interest as they exist, whether they be small in population, large in population, and about the size of a district or less than that. We just want to know what the significant areas are, and if the numbers work out so that we can keep them together, that will be great. But if we would like to have neighborhoods and communities of interest that serve as building blocks that we can use to build these 4 districts. So if you want to talk about scale, then I think something along the lines of the Mesa area, or the mobile home park, or that lawn. I'm just spitballing here, but we're talking about smaller areas that might serve as building blocks for what the districts might look like. And so using your knowledge of what the meaningful neighborhoods and communities of interest are in the city, then we take that and then we work with the numbers when we get them to try to keep these together in a single district.
Okay, thank you.
Tracy wants to talk.
Yep, Matt.
Thank you, Mayor Yard and council members, Matt Vanderlyn, and your Public Works Director temporarily, still, and Utilities Director. So I'm just trying to be helpful. So what I think Aaron Peterson's suggestion was really great. If you can imagine the city, it's basically like a northwest and a northeast corner, which is Skip Mesa over here, right, and Creekside over here. And to the south, the tail is the Alisal Ranch. And so those 3 points, if you start working in to the middle, you have 3 outer districts and a central district.
In the middle's your 4th district.
Exactly, and it works perfectly. So Skip Mesa, Nyborg Estates, Viking Hill, the little Lillebach or Backy, that little neighborhood there, that's all in one. You got Creekside, you have, north of Viborg, the, Sunrise Estates or
Sunrise.
whatever it is called. You got the, Mission, the condominiums there, Mission Oaks condominiums or whatever. Then coming up from, the Alisal Ranch, you got the Village Collection, you've got Alisal Glen, the homes along Fjord and the mobile home park, all that is one. And you just keep working in and keeping neighborhoods. And so the building blocks, like the consultant was mentioning, you can just say, hey, we want Creekside all together. We want the Sunrise Estates or whatever it's called, all together. We want the Alisal Ranch homes all together. We want Village Collection all together, Skip Mesa all together, Nyberg Estates all together. And so now he's got these blocks. And it kind of almost lends itself, because the original old part of the town was the middle part, you know, where it's more dense and all that, and then these neighborhoods got built on the outside. So that'd be my suggestion, give the consultant those building blocks that you want to keep together as chunks.
Thank you, Matt. Tracy?
The young man that's on here he was a consultant for the county and I was at the meeting. I think it might be wise to maybe have a Saturday meeting of how to use the program that we're looking at. I know it went out, but you know, maybe for the residents and put out the 1st of September, so we maybe have a little bit of input on that level. That might be a good way to do it, is put it out in their water bill and have them come to a Saturday meeting at Vets Hall, and they can learn how to use this app maybe, because it's a very easy app to use, and it's the same one we're using for the county. Another meeting.
Thank you, Tracy. Good suggestion.
Yeah. You got another hand up.
Sir? Mr. Hutchins.
In a new disguise. My question to the council, coming in cold on something like this that seems so important, is have you guys decided that it's the right thing to do, or that there's a principle involved in this? Because as soon as somebody puts a gun to my head or points a gun in my direction and says, you know, do what I say, or I'll shoot, that's the time I want to like resist, even though part of me doesn't, okay? And it just seems to me like there's always the pleasant way forward or the right way forward. And I can't help but think, I wonder what the planning principles that you discussed earlier would say about something like this. What could you hang your hat on that, where you would first of all determine, as representative of the community, what is the right thing to do to keep the voting base in a geographic whole, or to parse it out and have people start to identify less as Solvang residents and more as residents of District X. And so it seems to me like you'd want to discuss principle at some point and arrive internally at your own decision about what's the best for the people of Solvang.
Thank you for those comments. Any other comments of the
Can I
council?
comment on that?
You can comment.
He's absolutely right, and the principle in a state like California gets tossed out the window, because it's like we're an island in an awful blue state. And the fact that the legislature adopted this, forced it on the cities, and as a council person, my goal and my obligation is to the taxpayers of this city. And for the taxpayers of the city, even though in principle I don't agree with it, my goal, my obligation to the taxpayers, and the taxpayers are not going to give this attorney in Malibu $4 million or $5 million. Palmdale gave him $7 million. Santa Monica, one of the most liberal cities in America, gave him $22 million. And I don't want this guy to get a penny. That's where my obligation is.
Yeah, one thing that Yeah, I think it's, I don't think I question whether it's in the best interest of Solvang to do this, but to fight that, it would be a millionaire litigation, and I do wonder whether it is wise to gamble the taxpayers' money to fight this on principle when we might lose. While yes, we might think that it's wrong, it is also a question of whether is it worth gambling the taxpayers' money to fight this. Though we will certainly be looking at what other cities are doing that are, and maybe as a collective we can question, is this right for our jurisdictions? So we'll do this because, like you said, we're not gonna give any money to this lawyer. Yeah, this is absolutely opportunistic, but we will definitely be looking at opportunities to, stand up for our communities and adopt measures that are good for us and not that are just required of us.
If I may. So what you're hearing, Mr. Hutchins, is that we're kind of stuck in the middle. This isn't a choice we have, as Councilmember Clark said, if we don't want to pay this lawyer who has already threatened us, okay? Now, here's the situation as I see it, and I'd like to ask the consultant this. We're gonna break this into 4 districts. If we look at the demographics, it looks like we're liable to end up with districts with nobody running, which means we would have, at some point in time, an empty seat that we would need to appoint, which defeats, of course, the entire purpose of this. But now, do we need to create an ordinance that establishes the process for appointing somebody when nobody in that district runs?
I would refer that to your legal counsel.
Well, the filling of vacancies for city council is set by law, so you have certain provisions. You either appoint or you call a special election. In the situation of appointment, because Solvang is a charter city, you have a little bit more flexibility about the methods that you can impose upon the city to fill vacancies. But ultimately, Councilmember Infante raises a good point. This is a problem not of Solvang's making, and I don't know that Solvang will have all the answers. These are certainly considerations that the council will have to make at some point in the future if no one runs from that district. We can't predict that future at this point. We can only plan for that future.
Right.
So if we get into a situation where there's a vacancy and there's no one that has run from that district, council can certainly appoint someone who is a resident of that district and solve the problem from a districting standpoint, or council can take a look at other methods. We haven't gotten that far down the road on this analysis at this point, but it is certainly an open question at this time.
But if no one runs from the district, how would we appoint somebody from the district? Or would we be required
There may be people who don't
to?
want to run for city council for personal reasons, but they may be willing to accept an appointment if it's for a short term, or they don't wish to commit the time and energy to run for council, but they're more than willing to serve as a council member. That's something we can't predict at this point, and if there's a vacancy, people who may not have known that there was an opening on city council have an opportunity at that point. So there are opportunities for people to fill that vacancy, notwithstanding the fact that they did not run for council.
Do they have to come from that district? Do we have to appoint somebody from that district that put nobody up for election?
Well, I think that's the implication. I have not dug deeply enough into the case law following the Voting Rights Act litigation with Mr. Shankman and others to determine what has happened in the case of vacancies. I'm not aware of any reported cases that mandate that, but that's certainly something that we can take a look into.
Okay.
I think you're gonna be surprised. I think there are a lot of people who in their mind would like to run, but the way it's a full city running with where we live or, what our financial situation is, that may deter people from running, that if they're in a district that is perhaps a lower income district, I think you're not gonna have any trouble getting anybody to run, I don't believe.
I have to agree with you, and also, from a running for office standpoint, it's gonna be a heck of a lot cheaper, because you don't have to appeal everybody, and you've only gotta convince 300 people to vote for you, and you're on the city council. So I think it's a whole lot easier, and I respect your opinion, Councilmember Fani, but I think there'll be enough people to run. Especially with it being so much easier than it was to have to, I mean, it's not cheap if you wanna really do it right and put the effort in. I mean, you can canvass that neighborhood in a day and a half and you're done. So I think you'll have people running from all the districts. Yeah, so do I.
Mayor, just to let you know, there is a public comment on the phone as
Oh,
well.
okay. Can't see who
I
that
believe
is.
it's Lamy Jenstone.
I'm sorry?
Lamy, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
After 10 o'clock, I thought you all would go home. I thought you all got to go home at 10 o'clock. At any rate, regarding this, there are a few problems I see here regarding the districts themselves. I think you're putting the cart before the horse in regards to people running or not being able to run or not wanting to run. The one big question I feel that comes up tonight is whether or not you should carry this on until after you get the demographics, which will be given, I believe, as Daniel said, it will be available in late September. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then why not wait on this whole conversation until you get the actual demographics? And yes, they will change from 2010 to 2020. And all of us who've lived here a long time know darn well that it was during that period of time, a little bit earlier, that Skip Mesa blossomed, right?
Correct.
So if we look at it, if you're using the 2010 figures, you're just gonna get maybe half, maybe a third of Skip Mesa. Because it's only been in the last 10 years that a third or fourth, whatever it is, part has really blossomed forth. So my suggestion is to wait until after you get the figures from 2020. Okay?
Thank you.
All righty.
Now you can go to bed, Lammy.
Bye-bye. Yeah, right. Bye.
I think that's where I was going on this as well, just knowing what the final numbers will be at the end of September.
So it's just on to the next step.
Yeah.
I don't know either.
So it sounds like the general direction is to come back one more time after September 30th before we release the draft maps or
Yes.
draw draft maps.
I think so.
Okay, thank you, Council.
Daniel, one question on the website. I went on the website that you had mentioned, and all of the maps are coming soon. Do you have a date of when those maps will actually be live for the public and for everyone?
So those maps will be posted, they have to be posted 7 days before the first of the post-draft map public hearing. So that would be February 28th. So that's the latest that they can be posted, but we may well post them earlier than that, because it's just a matter of, we're working with a lot of different clients, and we're going to prioritize drawing the draft maps for those June elections, and then we'll move on to those like yourselves that have November elections, and then we'll also be looking at any public input we might get in the intervening months, and so sometime in February we'll post those draft maps, but certainly before 7 days before the third public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So the only one that actually, just to clarify, the only one that actually will be working right now is the interactive map, not those draft maps.
Yes, that's correct. And I just want to make the record clear that the demographics that are shown on the interactive review map they're not 2010 demographics. They come from the American Community Survey, which is the most recent detailed demographic data we have besides total population. The census only asks the most basic questions, like how many people live in your house and what are their race or ethnicity. But the American Community Survey is something that asks a whole lot more detail about whether you're a renter or an owner and how much money you make and how much education you have. And that survey is collected year by year by year, not every 10 years, like the decennial census. And so all the thematics that are in the interactive review map, all the ones about renters and income and education and all that, those are the most recent demographic data we have about all those socioeconomic categories. And so the only data we're lacking is the official total population counts. And we only really need that data when we're drawing the actual district maps. For this stage, when we're just thinking about neighborhoods and communities of interest, all the data is up to date and on the interactive review map.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome. Yeah, so it's up to 2019. That's the most recent data that's the most recent American Community Survey data that is shown on that map.
Do you know when the 2020 will be coming out?
They actually did not, I just heard that they're not releasing 2020 ACS data because there were too many problems getting a high enough response rate due to the pandemic.
Okay.
And they were really focusing their efforts on the official census. So that's the most recent data we're gonna get.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So, let me change some things. Good. Maybe bring it back in September.
Yeah.
Maybe mid-September instead.
Bring it back at mid-September?
Yeah.
Okay. So next meeting or the second meeting in September?
What meeting in September? Maybe the second meeting? It's 4 weeks from today. Approximately.
Yeah, that gives enough time. Are we gonna have data by then?
Well, the only thing, like you said, the only thing we won't have that's different is the final census number, but the demographics and everything else is exactly what's gonna be the same, because 2019 was the last survey that we're gonna get.
I'm sure. Second meeting in September?
Does that seem okay with everyone?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll
We'll
do it that way.
return second meeting of September.
Thank you.
Now it is past 9:30, so if you would like to
I'll
take
make a
the,
motion to to extend the meeting past the 9:30 deadline.
Second.
Councilmember Clark,
No.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Tamara,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Sure.
Mayor.
No.
You're not involved with this private joke.
Passes 3 yes to no.
All right. Moving
Okay.
on to item,
Item,
Did you
where are we at now? 6?
Actually,
it would be item number,
8?
And I switched it around. I just don't, I apologize.
item number 8 would be what used to be item number 7, which is the Copenhagen Drive closure.
Okay.
So Copenhagen Drive closure, we have the current approved direction to keep the Copenhagen Drive closed within the 2 blocks between the Alisal Road and 2nd Street through October 31, 2021. Without further direction, the street would be reopened as of November 1st. The closure of reopening of the 2 blocks carries significant logistical operating impacts to the business community and may also impact city revenue streams. So today, you will be presented with the results of the community surveys that have been running for a while, and we would be looking for your policy direction so that we can work with the community and prepare them for either reopening or maintaining this closure through a longer period of time. Now, obviously, some things have been changing since we were first reopening, even though the state of California the governor has lifted all of the specific tier restrictions that really impacted businesses moving, dining inside, outside, and back. We still have the new Delta variant of COVID that's impacting communities. So there's also some desire from the tourists to continue to dine outside. So with that, we have some results from the business community first. We received a total of 117 responses from businesses. There was a total of 7 questions. So the first one, once again, I've given you preliminary results before, but we'll go through more detail. The first question is, rate the following statement. I overall support Copenhagen Drive closure to vehicular traffic. You will see that you have the most of the strongly agree and agree category, but there's some presence of strongly disagree. If we look at the data in more detail and also look at the subsections of businesses, you will see here on the left we have the total responses. So you have 43% strongly agreeing and 25% strongly disagreeing with the closure if you look at businesses in their entire city of Solvang. Well, if we look at businesses within the blocks of the 2 blocks in Copenhagen, we had 29 responses out of 42 businesses in those 2 blocks, and 62% are supportive of the closure, while 17 strongly disagree. If you look at all other TRC businesses located in the TRC, but not within those 2 Copenhagen Drive closure areas, you have a swing there to strongly disagreeing with the closure, and still some support at 24%, strongly agreeing and 20 just agreeing. And there was 26 businesses that we received those responses from. Generally speaking, I would say that there's some commentary that I've heard from the blocks that are nearing the Copenhagen closure that have concern with it. The second question is, rate the following statement. I believe the Copenhagen closure has a positive impact on sales and visitor experience in Solvang. Once again, you see the green strongly agree being the highest, and we can look at the businesses overall. Citywide, 41% strongly agree. Once again, the 29 businesses on Copenhagen 2 blocks are at 65 with strong agreement, and only 17 in the other TRC strongly agree, with not 24 agreeing, and 13 plus 20 on the disagreement part. Ideally, the Copenhagen Drive closure should include closure of Copenhagen between as they are currently on the first one. The second one is closure of Copenhagen from Ahlsell to First only, or closure from First to Second Street. No closure or other, they'll be allowed to give them comments. Once again, you see that current closure is mostly supported citywide at 47%, even more strongly supported on Copenhagen Drive at 58%, and other TRC supports at only 37%, with no closure being supported at 41%, so the same trends there. With Copenhagen Drive closed, please rate your concern with disabled access. There was not a great deal of it from business community. Once again, looking at the subsections, we have Copenhagen closure sector also not being worried about it at 55% based on the survey, And other TRC is also not very much worried at 34%. With Copenhagen Drive closed, please rate your concern with the loss of parking. A great deal, or not at all, is the second category, but a great deal is a little bit higher. On Copenhagen Drive closure, the not believing that it's an issue is higher. 41% doesn't believe that it's an issue, while other TRC area believes it's almost a complete flip-flop, believes that there is a great deal of concern. So you have 12 and 12 businesses. Currently, Copenhagen Drive is scheduled to reopen on October 31. Please rate your level of agreement with this year opening date. And we have an option that Copenhagen Drive should be reopened on October 31st. 39% support the reopening citywide, on 20% support on Copenhagen Drive, and 41% support reopening from other TRC. And then Copenhagen Drive closure should be made permanent. We have 35% supporting citywide, 48% supporting on Copenhagen, and only 20% supporting in other TRC. What impact do you believe a walking promenade on Copenhagen Drive would have on foot traffic and sales for your business? Here we have very positive to very negative. Very positive or neutral are your top categories. Copenhagen Drive obviously believes that it's very beneficial at 55%. Other TRC is neutral on this one, and so is the overall citywide response is either very positive or neutral. How supportive are you to move forward with the development of a master plan to permanently close Copenhagen Drive and create a walking promenade? Here we have very supportive, 33% citywide, 62% Copenhagen Drive, and 20% other TRC being supportive. Very opposed are kind of more in the average throughout the categories at 20%, citywide, 10% opposes on Copenhagen, and 31% in the TRC. Numbers don't work?
If you look at all of the percentages on the other TRC and you add them up, they don't come up to 100%, do they?
We can look into that. This was collected as of today, and staff did those calculations manually versus the citywide.
I made that calculation this afternoon. I can send that one to you tomorrow.
I would say that generally speaking, that is probably at least the numbers of the businesses are fairly precise on this one. We were trying to capture as many responses as we could all the way through tonight. We did some outreach last week going out to Copenhagen closure businesses. I went out and asked them to definitely submit the data to us because that was important couple of blocks. So I think this is good estimates, but we definitely will provide you with any additional detail if we find any discrepancies. So looking into Copenhagen Drive closure residential survey, we had also a good response of 416 responses. Overall rating in support of Copenhagen closure is strongly agree, which is an even higher percentage citywide at 53% strongly agreeing, and only 13% are disagreeing with the closure. Rating the following statement: I enjoy the expansion of dine-out options as a result of the Copenhagen closure. Our residents are strongly agreeing that they enjoy it, with 48% in agreement, and another with strong agreement, and another 21 with agreement, while only 7% strongly disagree with it. Ideally, Copenhagen Drive closure should include, so the current closure of the 2 blocks receives 59%. While only 20% would like to see Copenhagen Drive fully reopened to vehicle traffic. The Copenhagen Drive closure makes a significant impact on parking sprawl into residential neighborhood. This one is neither agree or disagree, mostly neutral, where we have pretty even spread, but 29% are neutral, while 24% strongly agree that there is sprawl into residential neighborhoods. However, with this next question, if Copenhagen Drive is reopened, parking sprawl will no longer occur in residential neighborhoods. We are seeing a clear response that no, that will not resolve all of the parking issues in the sprawl, where you see most people falling into the disagreeing or at least neutral categories. Copenhagen Drive is scheduled to reopen on October 31. Please rate your level of agreement with this reopening date. We have 49% of residents saying that Copenhagen Drive closure should be made permanent on this one. And I would like to see a permanent closure and walking permanent on Copenhagen Drive. Once again, strongly agree is the strongest response at 47%. How supportive are you to move forward with the development of a master plan to permanently close Copenhagen Drive and create a walking permanent? Very supportive is definitely the strongest response at 50% of our residents, with another 19 being supportive. So recommendations for tonight are that due to COVID-19 continued health concern, staff recommends extending the closure through January 31, 2022. To consider permanent closure as an alternative to be vetted through the general plan update process. Since we already have that process going on, this is one of those alternatives that the community could discuss at the next workshop, number 4. And to consider adding potentially as part of the concerns for locals to be able to park nearby and walk to the shops, to maybe just increase in disabled parking in adjacent areas. And that concludes my report. Do you have any questions?
Are there any questions of the staff report? Are you pondering?
No, not at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions of the public that are out in the audience at this point? Tracy? And then Aaron. Saw that hand.
Thank you for keeping this on the agenda tonight. Our city has, we know COVID right now going on, where we're really keeping good monitoring restrictions on it. We're, as the chamber, going to try to support what the city wants to do, but we're very concerned about what COVID is to our community at this time. And I ask you, until all health department orders are lifted, to try to look at what Copenhagen is. On the other hand is, we have a TOT, we have a TBIT from Visit SYB. If anything should have shown us right now, what is economic development? What does that really mean, a tourist improvement district to our community? We don't use our money correctly. We are so much wanting to know what Google Analytics is all about. Everybody's about their analytics and but we don't spend our money on improving our community. And we just said, this is our tourism is our future. And it's what we depend on and we live on for our general fund. I ask you all to seriously start looking at how we spend our tourism money and how we spend some of that money on just business improvement. We owe that to our community, we owe it to our residents, and we truly owe it to looking at tourism wayfinding planning. And we don't do that enough. And that is something that's going to continue. You'll hear come up, wayfinding planning, signs, how we look in communities. Ask right now Paso Robles, the money they've spent, they've done a very good job. At the same time, we're losing out on some of that not doing that for our community and our business district, parking, where to go, how to get around. We haven't made it easy for residents. There's ways we can at least allow some of that parking on, I want to say back it up a little bit in front of the visitor center, let people get in out of that parking lot. We're not doing that. So there's some things we can do better, but there's a lot of things we can truly do better at this time during COVID. And COVID showed us we need to spend our money a little better on our community, on our residents, and our residents need to know how important tourism is to their pocketbook for their taxes. So I do think that is something we do need to talk about in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Aaron?
Aaron Peterson, Solvang. Yeah, I think you need to continue with it being closed, at least temporarily, and look at it long term. Santa Barbara extended their parklets and everything through March 8th. They did that at their March meeting, and they said, we've got to get through this. Part of it was that we're not recovered yet, and that was way before this last wave came up. And so if they shut down, I mean, look, this recall election is going to tell us a lot here in a couple of weeks. They shut us down inside. Those restaurants, everyone's going to be hurt really, really hard. So I think that's what needs to be done. On a longer term, though, my concerns are, and I'm not saying I'm against closing it down, what I'm permanently, but it needs to be studied. And we need to look at the parking issue. We need to look at how many numbers did we actually lose in parking, and where are you going to shut it down? Are you going to do it into the parking lot number 2, or are you going to do it and allow people to have access in? Bigger than that is the cost. If everybody wants to go to Hawaii for vacation, but is it a 4-diamond vacation or is it tent camping? What's the sacrifice you're going to make? Who's going to pay for it? Nobody, I don't think, wants Copenhagen Drive shut down in the current state. That's not a criticism. Nobody wants the white, the asphalt, the grease stains. We all want. If we're going to do it, we got to do it right. So we got to figure out. And that survey might change. If you went to the citizens and said, we're going to drop 20 million or 10 million to redo it and do the drainage and do everything, they might say, time out for a block and a half in our town. I don't want to spend that kind of money for bang for buck. If it's free, shoot. Sure, I don't care. I enjoy doing it. But more importantly is traffic. We've talked about traffic tonight. We talk about it every single week at Planning Commission, and you guys do. You've got east-west lanes. You've got Oak Street. You got Copenhagen. You got 246. On the other side, you got Fir Street, which goes behind the hardware store. You have Elm Street, then is the next one, and you got Laurel. If you shut down 246, it's a mess. That's the worst impacted, obviously. But if you shut down one of those other streets, Fir Street as example, that then goes through my parking lot at Denmark Square, that's a huge impact on 246. If you shut down Oak Street, it's a huge impact on Highway 246. 246 is getting very, very congested. And all I tell you folks, and I'm preaching the choir here, think very long and hard about shutting down an east-west corridor, because Copenhagen is an east-west corridor. It might be the least amount that's used for east-west, but I'm telling you, a lot of people use it. I've had restaurants at that end of town, and the kids in the morning are going down Copenhagen, Dallas, all turning left and doing it. We all do it all the time. So here we're debating all this traffic from east to west, and we're considering shutting down one of the 5 main arterials coming through. And all that's going to do is continue to put more on Viborg, and it's going to put the pressure down on along the river that we want to do a bypass, which I don't think is possible. What I think is probably possible, though, is Mission Drive gets 4-laned. If the traffic continues to get worse, let's be honest, that's our only option that we're going to have. And Caltrans will step in, make us do it, or we'll do it, and we'll have to spend it, and we will divide our town, wreck our town, take parking off of Mission Drive. So any pressure that we add to Highway 246 just exasperates it, accelerates us having to do something serious on Mission Drive. Copenhagen, you send those messages out to the public and to people that have other businesses and in the community and say, we're going to shut this down, and what is that going to do? The only way to really know is to open up Copenhagen Drive and do a traffic study, which we've never done with it open, a recent one. So at some point, you need to open it in the spring, we need to have it run for a couple months, you need to do a traffic study and say, how many cars is it going to impact? Because maybe it's not going to impact anybody. Maybe shutting it down won't hurt at all. But you can't compare it during COVID as to what our gut feelings tell us. We've got to have actual data. It is a major change to shut down a street in town, an east-west street, anywhere, certainly in Solvang, certainly with residents angry at us in tourist business that we're the ones that are causing them to not be able to get through the valley. For a block and a half benefit of some businesses, might be a price that's too high to pay. We don't know that yet because we don't have the data yet. But I would absolutely leave it closed for temporary till the end of January. Was that the recommendation? You got to get through winter, get through Christmas, and see what's happening because it's all up in the air. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. I do remember those phone calls to the sheriff's department about the speeding high schoolers when you had over there on Copenhagen.
If he could take out the speed bumps, I can get through town even quicker. The parking lot, please.
All right. Is there?
You get more.
Here we go.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Sony. And initially I spoke about the Copenhagen closure, particularly when COVID first started. And my experience has been with Copenhagen closure. Do I have to keep this on and talk? With Copenhagen closure, it hasn't allowed me to facilitate the success of my business. With Copenhagen closed, I would not be standing here with you and speaking about that today. I have found in the times that we've been able to be outside versus inside with my tasting room, the people that have come to Solvang, they deeply love as tourists to be outside enjoying Solvang as the Danish capital of America. They feel that that has been something that has enhanced their experience. I would have to agree with that. What I would not agree with is the lack of anyone in the city where we can reach the city hall, whether it's the police department, to oversee any of the negativity that goes on in Copenhagen. We have had excessive signboards that have gone there, lack of bathrooms, and that's not only on Copenhagen. People in the city want to know where they can go to the bathroom. There are dog fights where we advertise on tourists, bring your dog. You can hear it outside my door. People that are sitting in these parkettes want to know what's going on. Loud music. I'm told we have no control, my landlord says, on the music on the streets. We have no control on some of the negativity that's going on. But as far as Copenhagen being closed, if the city would spend the money on $500,000 on Copenhagen to enrich that and the tourist and what could come for a pedestrian walkway that's similar to what is in Denmark or in Europe that I have researched with landscape, trees in the center, other than skateboarders or people on bicycles, the little 4 wheels going on the sidewalks now. We could be successful in this city with tourism. That's why After 17 years of being in this community, I put my name on to be part of that committee of seeing what tourism, how important it is, and what I've seen that was favorable and what Sylvain is now becoming. Copenhagen is an important factor to this city. You close off us that are operating our businesses and our livelihood, and the effect of that will be strongly felt in Sylvain. I have put tax dollars in this community for 17 plus years. Think about it. A lot of dollars, and I stand here. And it's been basically because the past city council advocated Copenhagen closure. Think about it.
Thank you. Mr. Hutchin?
First of all, I'd like to thank the council for the generosity of its time, letting me speak this evening on more than one occasion. For me, the big picture, I work on Copenhagen, and I work with tourists all day, every day. And I listen to them, and I think I have some data that's relevant here. I think the big picture of what I've seen since I started working here several years ago is that Copenhagen, and to some extent Solvang in general, is drifting in the direction of the character of Knott's Berry Farm, when perhaps it would want to drift in the direction of Carmel. But within that context, if we're just looking at Copenhagen, I have spoken since COVID started with more than 200 visitors from all over California and the rest of the nation. And what I hear from them, without exception, is that they love being outdoors because of the climate, and they love sipping wine outdoors and that sort of thing. But it's not just they love wine outdoors, it's like they came to Solvang to be outdoors, okay? And so I've come to believe that the purpose of a business district is to do business. And you do more business if you understand your customer than if you don't understand your customer and what they want, what they prefer. And without any prompting at all, every interview I've had has been brought up from the tourist side. And without exception, it's been, this is great, are you gonna continue this? We're excited about coming back. And so I think that's an important input into this process, and I would put it under the planning principle of economic vitality. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Are there any other comments in-house? If not, then no, we have, can't see who it is, but if you
We
can.
have Joy Cully. Please go ahead.
Hi. Thanks, guys, for still being here. You've earned your keep tonight, for sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
My name is Joy Cully. I'm the owner of Solvang Spice Merchant at 1603 Copenhagen. I also live in the area of First and Oak. I think I have kind of unique perspective being both a business owner in the TRC and living in the TRC. I also run vacation rentals in the TRC. I really genuinely love the idea of a promenade. I can understand why it's so appealing. I'm just not sure if it's the right fit for Copenhagen, and I'm probably going to just be repeating a lot of what's already been said, but it's, I think, important to keep saying it. I drive and walk through the intersection of First and Copenhagen numerous times a day. I walk between my home and my shop, which either takes me through the alley by Theater Fest or Copenhagen. And what I've noticed overwhelmingly is that in passing through these areas, most people are still collecting on the streets, and I'm sorry, on the sidewalks, and very few people actually using the street as pedestrian throughway. So I don't feel like it's really being used to its full potential or what the expectation is for it to be. One thing I'm super aware of course, being here is what everybody's talking about is traffic and parking. Certainly my neighborhood has become, inundated with more cars parking further out into neighborhoods where they weren't before. Traffic, a lot of people are using the alleys to try to find their way around Copenhagen. So confused tourists who don't really know which way to go, and they don't know that one of the alleys is a one-way. It's not marked very well. Locals who are using it as a bypass, which I myself do, there's a lot more traffic going through the alleys than there was. I think if, for one thing, I don't disagree with continuing a temporary closure and continuing to do some research. In the long term, my suggestion or thought would be to compromise and maybe come up with a situation that leaves Copenhagen open for traffic and parking, but continues to use parklets for restaurants, wine tasting rooms, to be able to have some outdoor space. I agree with what people are saying, that people like to be outside. I like to be outside when I'm socializing, eating, drinking, all those things. I think that's a great use of space. A lot of cities do that or did that even before COVID came along. If the city decides to go ahead and permanently close Copenhagen, I would just really urge you to, consult with planners, come up with a really good plan. As Aaron mentioned, it's going to be expensive if it's going to be done right. That's certainly a consideration for residents and business owners alike. Do we want to spend that kind of money to turn that into something different? My only other real concern is, I think if there's a permanent closure of Copenhagen, I'd like to see an alternate route for the trolley that enables them to use Copenhagen. One of my number one requested activities from my guests at my rentals is the trolley. And I've taken the trolley tour. It's a historical tour, and unfortunately now it's rerouted all around Copenhagen, which is actually the main sort of historic district of Solvang. And so, I don't know if there's some way that can be switched around. I did read a lot of the comments from residents saying they didn't like the trolley going through their neighborhoods. I personally don't mind it, but if that is an issue that people are having, how can we get the trolley back into town? And my thinking is, can they pull up the stanchions that are there and pass through? Everybody hates the comparison to Disneyland, so I hate to bring that up, but my thinking is, for better or worse, Main Street Disneyland is a really good example of the pedestrian promenade that combines retail, restaurant, pedestrians, horse-drawn carriages, marching bands, and does it in a really nice, effective way. So, if it is to be that Copenhagen is closed in a permanent situation, then I would certainly encourage the city to consider all of that, to put some really good thought, get more feedback from residents and business owners as the process goes, and make it really good. Otherwise, I think great for the interim. As far as business, I don't think it's impacted my business one way or the other significantly. It's just too hard to know because I don't have that information. What was a Copenhagen closure like before a pandemic? Our business has changed dramatically over the last year and a half, so I don't think we can make that comparison or even make that assumption right now. Anyway, that's all I have to say. I appreciate your time and for letting me hang out here tonight, and good luck with all of the rest of your decision making tonight.
Thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
Is there any other comments out there or on phone that I can't see?
Would anybody else on Zoom like to speak on this agenda? Please unmute yourself. See no further comment.
All right, we'll bring it back for further discussion.
Can I say one last thing?
Okay.
Thank you again. I don't understand why it has to be either or, whether Copenhagen's totally closed to traffic or totally open. I know being in Paso Robles, where I have a vineyard and I have a residence here and a business here, they have traffic and they have parkettes. You go to Carmel, they have traffic, they have parkettes. Most of the time, even where on the block I am with my business, across the street, there's nothing. You had the parade and it went one way. Why can you not open up the street and at least let it go one way? I don't understand it. I think it's something just like what she said on Disneyland. Wonderful opportunity. Horse-drawn carriages, the cart. Look at historical Copenhagen, all the shops. I think it would be wonderful for tourism. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, bring it back for final comments and a motion. Councilmember Infante.
We've heard a whole bunch of ideas, and I think most of us agree that we're gonna have to keep it closed at least for the next couple of months. We just don't know what's gonna happen, and it benefits the restaurant. I would, though, like to recommend that we open up the entrance to parking lot 2. So bring the closure back some, so that people can get into parking lot 2 more easily. It would make the flow a lot better there. With regard to the permanent closure of Copenhagen, I'm against it. And I'll give you 2 or 3 reasons. That's 60 parking spaces that we lose because it's closed. And as you've heard, that's causing tourists to go park in front of residences down the streets. It's also a problem with the east-west transit corridor, if you will. But it's also, as we heard, causing problems with the alleys. We heard a presentation by one of the drivers of the trolley that said they couldn't get down the alley because somebody had parked their big truck back there, not temporarily, but long-term, and couldn't get the trolley through. Cars go through there all the time now because they can't go on Copenhagen. So if you take the fact that it's causing some problems with traffic, it's causing problems with the parking, it's causing problems with the alleyways, and it would cost us a large amount of money to make it really right, I'm against it. I mean, we have been in this city operating for years and doing quite well. She said she's been here 17 years, and now all of a sudden we have to close Copenhagen to make her business work? I don't understand that. That doesn't ring true with me. And no offense, but we've been doing this for years, and now closing it down is something we have to do to make the tourists happy. We've been getting tourists here for years without closing anything down. If you talk to the retail shops, they'll tell you that the people that don't walk down the sidewalks, because they're walking in the streets, don't look in the windows and don't buy. The restaurants are doing better. So maybe the idea of putting parklets out there in some of the areas and taking up a couple parking spaces is maybe reasonable. But I am firmly against a permanent closure of Copenhagen. Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas.
You know, maybe there's a way we could even look at a hybrid, where I know we close it, you know, for the farmer's market, that it would be closed 3 days a week or during the weekend, and then open 3-4 days a week during the week, and still fix it nice. I mean, but you still have to be able to park vehicles, and I haven't really thought it out that much. It's just that maybe there's a way that, because of 55.7% support the closure, and I think that's mostly the businesses there. So that's that's pretty clear what the majority of the businesses, obviously not all of the businesses, but I just say let's maybe throw a hybrid into the mix of a partial closure, and still fix the street where it looks inviting when it is closed.
All right, any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem, Rhoda?
We really need to address mobility, traffic, and parking in the long term before we take a permanent decision. As it is right now, we are losing 60 parking spaces. We need to see if we're gonna keep it closed, where we're gonna put them. We're not always gonna count on the parking over at the Vets Hall, because once things that start opening back up, events are gonna happen there that parking is not gonna be available to visitors. And there is a concern about cars and traffic being pushed away towards the residential areas. I'm also concerned about deliveries and moving trucks and big semis coming to deliver supplies for businesses. They often park in places that are not ideal to load and unload merchandise. And the closure as it is right now, while it's great that tasting rooms and restaurants can move outside to accommodate guests during COVID times, it is also true that this is disrupting a whole lot of people's lives, and it's only benefiting tasting rooms and restaurants. I think we should keep it closed for now. We don't know what the winter is gonna look like. And I will say that don't make December 31st the time when you decide to open. New Year's Eve is on a Friday. That means that Saturday and Sunday there's gonna be people here, the 1st and the 2nd. So any big changes that you make to the street have to happen after that rush of people. So this definitely needs to happen after that weekend. If we're gonna consider making Copenhagen Street permanent closure, let's really spend the time to think about it. Right now, I think there's a lot of space that is underutilized. I do question whether the center of the street can actually be a lane where other vehicles can use it. I am a biker, and right now it's really awkward to go in and out of the street because of the chain closures. I usually have to go on places where people are crossing the street. So we can identify all of these issues and address them properly, and that's not something that we're gonna decide right now. I want us in talking to a planner. I want us to see renderings. I want us to come up with structures that are inviting, planters, trees, gazebos, whatever, that look cohesive and that are also available to as many people as possible, not just benefiting the places, the restaurants and tasting rooms that are expanding outside. That being said, the street closure, while right now it's, I think, underutilized, I do see it as a place where you can have entertainment, you can have more opportunities for vendors, you can have art installations, you can have great art shows that will go great with our Danish town that right now we can't accommodate. I mean, we can't even accommodate the lights that we bought for Copenhagen Drive because we cannot figure out how to hang them on with the structures that we have right now. So this is definitely something that is gonna take a lot more thought. For the time being, I would say let's open it after getting through the holiday season, and if we want to consider this, let's do this properly and put some more thought into this.
Any other comments?
Quickly, Aaron Peterson always makes the most salient points about stuff like this, and the cost is one of the hugest ones for me. I support keeping it open temporarily until we get through the holidays. I like the idea of closing it permanently when the residents know how much it costs, and if it's done right and looks cohesive, and we've just got to, it's a cost-benefit analysis and just weigh the cost at that time. But currently, I support extending the closure temporarily through the end of the year.
Is it to the end of the year or at the end of December
The
or
date
January?
I put in the recommendation is January 31.
Yeah, 31st of, yeah, okay.
That's, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that
So-
date too, because it gets us through the tree burn if we have it. It gets us through the holidays
Yeah,
and almost the Super Bowl.
all right. I would be in favor for that, so. my comments are that a lot of this is gonna need to be dissected and gone through, just as Councilmember Clark just reiterated. I know that traffic has always seemed to have been an issue, and while we like to pat ourselves on the back of being a charming and quaint little town, sometimes it's funny how we can talk about traffic being one of the worst things that's going on here. I mean, the way this was initially designed was so that, which is why there's stoplights, so people will stop and shop. That's kind of was the thought. My understanding was from way back when, not to have everybody just drive on through. And I understand it's different now because of all of the ramifications that we have, but if we continue to have traffic just always trying to get through all the time, we're not gonna have people here necessarily shopping unless we give them something else that's better. I know that, as Aaron had mentioned, the underutilization of the streets, I think a lot of it with the people there are still, everyone is so in tune to being on a sidewalk and not being in the middle of a street. It's not really designed for it right now, it's just a stopgap. It is the emergency that we have right now, and so I would definitely be in favor of, with what we have still going on with the pandemic and this new part, that we need to keep it shut temporarily, and then again, at some point, reopen it and do the study at the time when it's open without a pandemic going on, because all of these traffic studies and everything were done during the time that we have a pandemic. For part of it, was when we weren't even open to anybody. So it makes no sense to utilize those statistics for trying to develop a parking and traffic study right now until we actually get open in good times and get back to that. So with that said, though, I think just moving forward, I would entertain a motion to extend the Copenhagen closure through January 31st of 2022.
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arana,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Uri.
Yes.
Passes 5-0 for closure through January 31, 2022.
Now, are we caught back up to item number 9?
Correct. Item number 9 is consider implementing stage 2 drought restrictions. The recommendations are to adopt a resolution declaring a stage 2 drought condition for the city of Solvang and implement associated mandatory water restrictions with penalties. Direct utilities department staff to investigate the possibility of a long-term exchange agreement with other state water recipients, and our public works director, Matt van der Linden, will present the report. You can use that clicker. That'll work.
A new gadget.
The arrow
Yeah.
to go to the right.
3.
Okay.
30.
Let's go back. Okay, so this is the staff report for considering stage 2 drought restrictions. And just as a way of recapping, this is the pie chart that was presented in our water supply update staff report back in April, at which time the city council also enacted the stage 1 drought restrictions. And so what I want you to note is that our projected demand for 2021 is 1,355 acre feet. And based on that demand, we estimated, based on that demand and the purchase of, based on that demand and the carryover that we had from 2020 into 2021, we estimated that we would have less than 50 acre-feet of water carrying over from 2021 into 2022. Okay, so sorry, but for not making that clear. But anyway, so those are important things. Our projected demand was 1,355 acre-feet, and with that, we were gonna have just under 50 acre-feet carrying over from 2021 into 2022. So just to discuss our current conditions, obviously, it's been in the news quite a bit, but current drought conditions have worsened in California and Santa Barbara County. Lake Achuma, at the time the staff report was written, was at 53% full. Oroville Reservoir, which is the primary reservoir of the State Water Project, is at 24% full. It's actually at a historic low level, and I'll have a graphic on that in just a second. And the 2021 state water allocation for this year is only 5%, and that matches the historic low allocation. And from what we're hearing, the forecast initial state water allocation for 2022 is going to be 0%. And so I'm saying the initial allocation, basically approximately December 1st of every year, Department of Water Resources, based on reservoir levels and snowpack and everything, which normally in December everything is pretty low, but they start off with kind of a conservative low estimate. But normally it's 15, 20, 25%, and then if we get a lot of rain and snow, that number goes up through the winter. But I think only once before have they started the initial allocation at 0%. So what we're being told is even if we have an above average rainfall year and snowpack in Northern California, the allocation will likely not go over 10%. So here's, again, this is a couple weeks old now because it was prepared at the time the staff report was written, but so things are actually slightly worse than this. But you can see in this graphic, 80% of California is either an extreme or exceptional drought conditions. This is the forecast by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and the forecast for the winter months of 2022. The kind of the tan and to brown color shading indicates below average precipitation probability. So it's basically, the forecast is that next winter will be below average or on the dry side. And then if you look at this chart, this is produced by the County Santa Barbara Flood Control District. The third line from the bottom is Cachuma Reservoir, and if you go over to the right, you'll see the column that says current capacity, and that's this is where we get the data for Lake Achuma. It's at 53.2 if I'm reading it correctly. Anyway, so this is the graphic for San Luis Reservoir. I'm sorry, for Oroville Reservoir. And the light blue shading shows the historic long-term average for throughout a given year. And the dark blue line, kind of near the bottom, it weaves between those red lines, those red dotted lines. That's our current condition, and you'll see it's the reservoir level is actually below the historic worst drought condition of 1976-77. There's a legend at the bottom that kind of shows the different particular years. But anyway, so it's at a historic low level. So this table shows you our comparison of our consumption. So the benchmark that the City Council established was to compare our 2021 water usage to fiscal year 1920. We didn't want to we didn't want to go with calendar year 2020 because that was, you know, all COVID pretty much. And, but anyway, you can see that the average, we're actually using 22% more water than, and in April, we implemented it was mid-April, we implemented the stage 1 drought restrictions, which is requesting a 15% cutback. Yes, Councilmember Infante.
So excuse me, I'm very curious about this 22%. Can you tell me how much of that came from hotels versus residents versus anything else? Have you got the details on that?
No, it's a good question. I don't have the details. We could provide that. We didn't drill down to that level. But historically, the commercial businesses aren't able to cut back as much. And as residences, the main place where big cutbacks can be made are with the landscape irrigation. You know, so home landscaping and then most businesses have you know, especially like in the downtown area, their landscaping is very small if they have any. But there's a few like homeowners associations and a few businesses in other locations that do have, you know, larger amounts of landscaping. But it's the landscape is the main place where cutbacks can be made. So residential customers are generally able to cut back more easily than the commercial customers.
Understand, but I've been to cities during droughts and they'll do things like hotels will only clean your sheets and put on clean, you know, wash your sheets and put on clean sheets when you check out. So you're gonna be there for 2-3 days, you're gonna stay on the same sheets, kind of like at home, it's no big deal. But it saves a lot of water. And I don't know that we're doing things like that now.
We are. That's part of our drought restrictions that we're implementing.
That are in place currently?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So at any rate, so this is just showing on the consumption side, but the main point of this slide is that, you know, we'd ask for 15% cutback. Of course, that was not until April, but the last few months, the consumption's been more than the prior, you know, benchmark year, not less. So we're kind of going in the wrong direction. Okay, and then I wanted to just present this historic demand information. So during the last big drought, which was from like 2012 through 2017, the benchmark year was, well, we had to compare everything back to 2013. That was dictated by the state, required that. But in 2013, our demand was 1,557 acre feet. And then with all the cutbacks in 2012, we got down to, actually, I mean in 2017, we got down to 1,182 acre feet. Actually, the 2 years prior to that, it was really low as well. We had 1 year that the demand was below 1,100 acre feet for the year. But you can see from 2017 to 2018, it went up by about 50 acre feet is the approximate difference. Then from 2018 to 2019, it went up by another approximately 50 acre feet for the year. Now you gotta remember, developments like Skip Mesa were building out, and so they were selling homes and people were moving in, and there was all that kind of happening during that time period as well. But in 2020 then, because of COVID, and this 2 months shutdown of all the businesses and everything, basically, the water demand dropped a little bit. But anyway, so it only went up, it was basically the same, it's only 3 acre feet difference. But I attribute that primarily to the impact of COVID on business and everything going on in the city. Also that year was approximately an average rainfall year here in Santa Barbara County. It wasn't a dry year. So wasn't as much irrigation need for residences and irrigation meters. Anyway, so as I started out, back in March, our forecast for 2021 was 1,355 acre-feet of demand, and that was based on 600 acre-feet of carryover from 2020 into 2021. And so now our forecast demand, instead of being 1,355, it's approximately, based on the usage so far, we would forecast that the demand's going to be about 1,400 acre-feet for the year. That's approximately 50 acre-feet more than what we had forecast. And so instead of having 50 acre-feet to carry over from 2021 into 2022, it's basically zero carryover. Now that doesn't include the water purchase that we're making, that the city council authorized staff to do. So I wanted to show that. This is just a summary. These are approximate numbers. So when they move state water through the San Joaquin Bay Delta, there's a condition called carriage losses, where basically some of the water is lost. And so DWR doesn't give us those numbers until several months after the water's even been delivered. So we won't know exactly, but historically it's been around 25 to 30%. These estimates are based on, at least for a couple of the transactions, these estimates are based on a 25% carriage losses. But anyway, so with the purchases, right now we're about a little over $300,000, and we're gonna get a little over 400 acre-feet of water. So we started 2021 with 600 acre-feet of carryover from 2020. And so right now, because of the city council's good decision to purchase this supplemental water, we're gonna have 400 acre-feet of water approximately to start out 2022. But if the state water allocation is 0 or 5% or even 10%, we're gonna have less than that 600 acre-feet of state water for 2022. So that's why staff's recommending basically to implement the stage 2 drought conditions. And the idea is that in January of 2022, staff would come back to the city council, and if November and December of this year are good and wet, and we see all of our reservoirs starting to fill up, and the snowpack is good, and the state water allocation jumps up from 0 to 5 or 10%, then we could revert back to the stage 1 restrictions. We could ease up. But if those months are dry and you wait till January to do anything, then you've lost the opportunity to save, possibly 100 acre-feet over the next several of water usage over the next several months. So it kind of depends on the amount of risk that you want to take and how much you want to spend to purchase supplemental water next year. The prices are going to go up. In fact, just this evening, I was reading an email from CCWA. There's a possible water purchase that can be made for 2022 from the Cajon Ranch, but it's $1,400 an acre-foot, and you can see on the on this slide, we did pay $1,000 an acre-foot for some water, but the average price, I think the average ends up being around $650 an acre-foot. So signing up right now for water for $1,400 an acre-foot for 2022. Well, I'm going to be discussing with the city manager this week, and we'll determine, if it's wise or if it should be brought back to you at some point. But we don't need to make a decision on that right away, but anyway, the point is that, you know, $1,400 an acre foot, the price of the water is gonna be significantly more next year. So, anyway, I think that, just about wraps everything up. So, we're recommending, declaring a stage 2 drought emergency and implementing stage 2 drought restrictions. This is a mandatory 20% cutback, that goes, along with that, comes penalties. And then, and like I said, if the 2022 state water allocation is 25% or greater, Sylvan can revert back to stage 1 restrictions, but still may need to purchase some supplemental water. So if the state water allocation is 10, 15, 20%, we'll be able to buy water for really good prices. You know, even if we do want to get some additional, it'll be affordable if the state water allocation gets up to that level. And okay, so I'm happy to try to answer any questions you have. And
Are there any questions of the staff report?
Yes.
Councilmember Infante.
Okay, so if we approve a stage 2 drought, does that stop all construction for housing and buildings and whatnot? Because I know there's been a couple of plans that are coming in.
yeah, good question. No, it does not. And I did want to mention also, if you so choose to implement the stage 2 restrictions, there's several provisions that are not cutback related. They're restrictions on how the water is used. Those would go into effect immediately, but based on the resolution, the 20% cutback would not start until after the September meter read. So
Right.
basically, the customers would have a full month notice, a little bit over a month notice that they have to start cutting back. They won't, you know, so that way they don't get caught like off guard or whatever.
So if we get a few of these people that just decide that $100 isn't that big a deal, I want to keep my yard pretty and I'll pay the extra 100, we get the money to go buy another acre foot or so of water.
Yeah, they'll
That's one way
pay
to
the
look at
penalty and they'll help fund any supplemental purchase for next year.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Okay.
there are some people that, you know, the last time we had this stage 2 restrictions, there were some people that
Just didn't care.
correct, so.
Yeah, I got a 30-foot tree that's about to be cut down because it's dead because I cut back on watering. I mean, it's gonna cost me a heck of a lot more than $100 a month. I mean, that's about $300-400 to get that thing chopped down and moved out. So, you know, this is a funny situation.
Yeah, it's not easy. I agree with you completely.
Any other questions? I had at least one. What was how's it figured for the residents just for cutting back based on 2019? Because I know in my household, there was only 2 people in the house at that address, and now I have 5. So how is that figured for the residents?
Yeah,
What was the
that's a
population
really-
based
That's a really
back in
good
2019-20 to what it is now? Because, I mean, we just looked like we had another increase of 800 people. I mean, I'm saying that's in the last decade, but a lot of it's still been coming in over the last couple of years.
Yeah, that is true. So what we did the last time we had to do this, which is just a few years ago, was we took into consideration if a new tenant had come into like an apartment or whatever, like there might have been a single person living in a 2-bedroom apartment and then a family of 4 moves in, and things like that. So actually in the resolution it does spell out, but the customers that have to do the biggest cutback are the single-family residential customers and also the irrigation meters. So if you have a business or homeowners association and you have an irrigation meter, those are the two that have to cut back the most. The commercial businesses also do need to cut back, but the multifamily residential customers do not have to cut back as much because apartments and condominiums, they already are generally using less water because they don't have a lot of landscaping per unit. And a lot of the condominium complexes, they have separate irrigation meters for the landscape irrigation. So those irrigation meters, they have to pinch back, significantly. But the domestic meters for the residents, they only have to cut back, I think it's 10%, to 90%. So that is spelled out in the resolution. But if a new family has moved in between now and the benchmark year, then that is taken into consideration, and we look at their most recent usage, and that's what we adjust off of. So
You do for somebody who's just got a few more people moved in the house. It's not a new renter, not a new tenant, not a new owner, or whatever.
well, with the previous ordinance, resolution, the city manager also has the authority to waive or make an adjustment. So there were several out of 2,000 customer, 2,000 meters. There were several that needed an adjustment, and we did that on a case-by-case basis. But we did recognize that and tried to make a fair adjustment. But we have to deal with it on a case-by-case basis, yeah.
Matt, just wanted to clarify, the resolution that I'm looking at isn't really specific other than just saying we're declaring a stage 2 drought condition. And what you just mentioned that should be in the resolution about cutbacks, irrigation, all that, I don't see that in this resolution.
There's an Exhibit A, page 340.
340?
Okay.
No, mine is 338.
That's what I was.
Oh, I'm sorry, 340, yeah.
So the resolution is 338,
Yeah.
and then Exhibit A is 340.
Those are all the conditions that apply to it, okay.
Yeah, and it does mention on page 339, a reference to Exhibit A.
So we have an attachment A, which is the resolution attachment to the staff report, and the resolution has an Exhibit A attached to the resolution. So again, in these stage 2 regulations, items 2 through 6 would be implemented immediately if you so choose to pass the resolution and implement the stage 2 restrictions. But item 1 would not go into effect until after the meter reading in September.
I have a question. Matt, was it 6 weeks ago we went to voluntary?
You went to voluntary on April 12th, I believe is the date.
Oh gosh, was that long ago? Okay. And we're not seeing anything, not that it did anything.
No, unfortunately it didn't.
No.
Because I really don't want to vote for this, but.
I know. I'm right there with you.
Yeah, it was April 12th that you
Thank you.
implemented the stage 1 restrictions.
Because in April, the consumption was up 82% for April, but that would have been basically what was that actual April, or was that from March, and the reading is in April? Or was that April?
That's the meter reading happens near the end of the month of April.
Of April,
Yeah.
right.
So technically it's when we are providing data for different months, it's typically the last couple days of the prior month, and then up through like
Up through.
27th, 28th, you know, the exact day that the meters are read each month is slightly different, but it's just before the last couple days of the month. So it's 90% of that month, basically.
Okay. For some reason, I always thought it was around the 17th.
No, it's normally like in the mid to late 20s of the month.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, do we have any other discussion here? I'll take it out for public comment this time. Don't have any in-house. Do we have any comments out there on Zoom or on the telephone? Seeing none, we'll bring it back for final council comments and/or a motion.
I'll move that we pass the stage 2 drought ordinance.
I'll second it.
We have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Clark,
No.
Councilmember Infanti,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morano,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes?
Mayor Yurg.
Yes.
Passes 4 yes, 1 no. Thank you.
Moving on to item number 10.
Item number 10, and thank you for hearing this item this late in the evening. The reason it's on this long agenda today is because the thought was that if you, we're moving forward with upgrade to the website, and a logo sets the theme, and B, there's a state of the city coming, so if there is a movement forward with the logo, then it will be themed at the state of the city, but you definitely don't have to approve one logo or another, but we are looking for at least feedback, and we do have some specifics, logo considerations for your consideration tonight. And with that, I'll have David Packard, Assistant City Manager, who's working on the website, do a presentation.
Good evening, City Council. I recognize the hour, so I will make this as brief as possible. We gave a presentation earlier this year. We are about to kick off a website redesign utilizing Civic Plus. We have not had a redesign of our website for 6 years. So the primary item that we need to submit to start that redesign is a logo as well as a color palette. The City of Solvang has and uses multiple logos simultaneously, most that reflect the mermaid. Our logos have also been used for many years, and the resolution would need to be updated before being used on a new website. So we did a survey to gauge the community response to our logos. We did a survey back in May, and for the most part, the community, also one note to say, this logo is a city logo. It's for items such as letterhead, websites. This is not intended to be a tourism logo. So the responses of the survey, many people like the mermaid. There were about 34% that preferred the mermaid logo and 47% that preferred the windmill logo. There were a number of comments that were included in the agenda packet you can see. So we have been working with a designer to design some windmill-based logos, and we can run through those very quickly. They provided 3 logos of windmills. Option 1 shows a windmill, City of Solvang in a circle. There are some logos that are more meant for vertical, as well as some that are more meant for horizontal that could be used. Option 2 is a little bit more simplistic of a windmill. You don't see the outlines of the houses. Option 3 shows a little bit more of an old world feel and a different color, a little bit lighter blue color. I should mention one item that also popped on the survey. People respond well to the color blue and definitely felt that blue should be the color of choice. So looking at all three together, you can see them here. The designer also did 2 color palettes. And this will give you an idea of what it would look like on a website. Blue would be the primary color. There could be secondary, tertiary, and accent colors. And they're similar options, but slightly different. This first one is a sky blue with some hints of green and orange. This is an example of what it could look like on a website. And of course, Mayor Uhrig is cutting ribbons there. And then the second option
The blue shirt.
is more of a navy blue with red, yellow as some tertiary and accent colors. You can see the difference there. So those are looking at the 2 together. So that's the end of the presentation slides. One other item to mention on the website, the cost of the redesign is included with our contract with Civic Plus, unless we are doing other add-on options. One small add-on option that we're going to move forward with on the website, based on the prior meeting conversation, is a portal page. That would be what Pismo Beach is using on their website. We can target the visitors that are interested in the government aspects. If you want to pay your bill, you want to contact the council, etc. A direct link to go to a tourism page will help target the tourism questions through that portal page at a pretty low cost. So that concludes the presentation, and we'll kick it to the council with any questions or comments.
Are there any, thank you for their staff report. Are there any questions?
Yes. First off, you went out and asked the citizens what they liked about the logo, and you didn't include the windmill. You just said it was like a windmill. If I read this correctly, and I took that survey and it didn't have anything about a windmill, it had the 3 current ones. Then you went out and hired somebody that gave you a windmill. And personally, do you remember the windmill that Rennie Kazaroff, I'm saying that wrong, Kasparov?
Kerskov.
Yeah, him. Came up with 2 years ago? That was a much better looking windmill than any of these. And he gave us access to use it, if I remember
Yes,
correctly.
that is still on your option list, and that is one that you would rather return to. That is available to the city, yes.
Is that in the presentation?
It is not in the
No.
presentation.
Oh, can we start voting now then?
I can pull it up for you probably.
So, and then I read this and it says you went to 10 employees and asked them what they thought about which one was the best one to go and didn't go out to the public or anybody else. I'm I'm a little confused this is being rushed. Hey, I built a website for my election. It doesn't take anything to change a logo. So you can build a website with whatever logo we start with and we can change it to something else later.
Councilmember Infante, it is that easy. However, I would say that the reason this is here in front of you as council, because speaking of Rennie Kerskov and his logo, it wasn't officially approved by city council and was definitely controversial in that way. So I would like the council.
Well, you have to look at it.
Right.
I understand. But, I mean, none of this went out to the public or to any of us until just now. It went to 10 employees. I trust the employees a lot, but that's 10 people. That's not a pretty indicative group of the city. So I'm a little confused by how this is being presented, why it's being done, and what seems to be a rush right now without having full information on it.
And that is a fair question. Like you mentioned, you can change logos, you can change websites. The requirement from the website provider, and I'm sure we would find this for most people, is to submit a final logo because they want the website to look professional and look good and have the color schemes match. So that's the purpose, and that's the reason of why we're coming for you tonight. The number one item that needs to be decided before starting the redesign is the color palette. That's the most important. The logo can follow slightly later, but they do want that as soon as feasible.
So we need to pick a color palette tonight.
That would be sufficient for kicking off the website redesign so internal efforts can go forward. And if you can give at least some general feedback, if you're not ready to commit to any of these logos, which can be stay with the mermaid, go with some kind of blue, windmill, or consider Rennie's logo as part of this process, and we can definitely reach back out to the community and do a little bit more research on this.
Any other comments?
I'm going.
I would just have liked to see the artist take on a more modern version of a logo, including the mermaid. I can see why they would be inclined to use the windmill. It does one does wonder whether the reference to the mermaid statue in Copenhagen is kind of an obscure reference, whether those windmills are pretty iconic of the town, but I would have liked to see if that would have been an option to rework the current logo that we have.
Councilmember Clark.
I like the windmill idea. I don't like any of these logos. I don't think I would never want these on anything that goes out to the public. And I would like to look at other things. I'd like to look at Rennie's, but I'm just sorry, as far as these three go, I just don't care for these logos. I'd rather just take what we had, if that's the case. That's my opinion.
Any other comments?
I like the color palette with the red. Since we're clearly sticking with a Danish theme, I think that's one that I would stick with. The blue and the red. I do like the color palette.
Oh, I'd like us to paint that Solvang sign as you come into town too. Speaking of blue.
Yeah, I like the first one with the blue with the red as the contrasting secondary color. Tertiary color, actually.
Which option is that? The
one on the right.
The one on the right-hand side? Or the one on the left? You're right out there.
It has different labels.
It's different
And it's in a different order.
Yeah, I'm looking at page 347. Yeah, that one.
That was the overwhelming favorite of the staff that responded to the survey as well.
I agree.
Okay, so I think I'm hearing general consensus on the color palette. Any additional comments on logos?
I kind of feel like Councilmember Clark, none of these do anything for me. And I would, as Mayor Pro Tem Ramona said, I kind of would have liked to have seen what it could have looked like reworking the old
Or even
one.
just look at more options.
Right.
I just don't care for these three.
Yeah. And as a thought, not that it means anything, but Fred was always really good at putting together stuff, and I don't know, just saying out there.
My father designed logos for a living, as did my brother. Yeah, but I know what I like to look at, but you can say, hey, then make one better. I'm like, I can't.
Yeah.
I just know that if I'm just a regular guy looking at a picture, I don't like that logo. The three options I don't like.
Well, I liked 1D, but I'll back out and.
If we were to pick out of these three, I like the first one.
Not just the least.
With the houses?
Yes.
Yeah. If you had to pick one, yes, I agree with you.
Let me see if
Let's get more and then look at Rennie's at that time if I.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would
took
think
out a turn,
so.
I apologize.
No,
No, you're right. I don't care for them either, and that's, Reddy's I thought was very attractive.
I don't remember what I forget what it looks like.
I don't remember it.
On the website,
I have those. He actually recently texted them to me with all sorts of versions of them, so I have multiple.
Another
choices.
thought, is this something that our TAC, newly formed TAC could look at? I mean, they're
That
kind
is a
of,
tourism though, so they will be working with IDK on the tourism side of things. So you might be confusing issues. I think there was some confusion before as to the logo that's meant for tourism and the logo that's meant for just the identification of city official documents.
why can't we use it for both?
I was gonna ask the same question, do other cities use the same for both? If you like it, a logo,
Yeah,
then why not just run with it with everybody?
yeah. Why does it have to be one and one?
It's, there is a potential for that. Obviously, the primary purpose of a city logo as a government is to identify official signatures such as.
Oh,
So
and then the
one-
chamber can send out something and people would take that as being an official
Correct.
document or something.
One-
I understand that.
And one potential difference, if you have city of listed as the name of the organization and that's your logo, that's probably not gonna show up on a marketing logo.
That,
So if you're looking at the mermaid here, City of Solvang, California, that City of likely won't be included in a marketing logo for Solvang.
Out there and made that a logo, it still works.
There would probably be some other differences too, but yes.
Yeah.
anyway.
Okay.
Well, I
Get the
think,
calendar tonight and choose a logo another time.
Yeah.
Do we,
It's getting
Yeah.
late enough, we'll roll
Yeah.
it.
we
So
don't have any
we-
other,
we
don't have any
have
discussion
general direction from you if you'd like to just, or actually you don't need to even take public comments since you're not taking an action. And we'll come back with additional logo discussions.
I think I did public comment, didn't I, on this yet? Did I?
I don't believe so,
Two.
but there is only one.
There is one.
Oh, there you go, and
Look at
there's
that.
public comments.
Yay!
None of the 3-minute rule.
Joy Cully,
We've got the lady from,
Hi guys, can you hear me?
we can.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to chime in on this, as a graphic designer and also a member of the design review board. I've always been a proponent of moving away from the mermaid, not because I don't like the mermaid, but as somebody who is a transplant to Solvang, I don't identify the mermaid as being representative of the town. I realize that it's in the history, it's in the roots of Solvang, but as a tourist, it's not something that I would have thought of or even picked up on. And to be quite honest with you, it took me a long time to even realize that's what was in the original logo. When people come to Solvang, I hear over and over again, windmill, clogs, able skeepers. Not all of those would be easy to put into a logo, but I am a real proponent of the windmill. And just in looking at these versions, number one, the logo with the buildings, something like that is cool. I can see how any of these, none of you are really a big fan of. I think they're lovely, but I don't think any of them are perfect. But that one in particular could benefit from just the windmill being enlarged so that it comes out of the frame of the circle. And I do think the use of a red color would be beneficial because of that being traditional Danish flag colors and everything. So that's just my 2 cents as somebody who's being nosy about design. And that's it.
Well, thank you for those comments, Joy, appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, that was our only public comment, just bring it back. Do we need a motion to go forward?
No.
Just general direction right
is
now?
sufficient, thank you.
So I think we have a choice on the color palette.
Do your mic.
Sorry about that. We have a choice on the color palette, right?
Yes, we do.
So we agree with that, and we'll choose the logos later when we get more options?
Yeah.
I think so.
I'm good.
All right.
Thank
And,
you.
with that, any final closing comments? I guess just to reiterate one last time, Saturday, doing our State of the City. Hope to see as many people out there as possible, and thank you all for sticking with us. Meeting is adjourned at 11:50 p.m.
Thank you.